Chapter 3017, 3017 Help Me. 3017 Help Me. However, regardless of what an ascending origin tier elite did, how could they possibly rival a mighty celestial king? The palm that celestial king Enteng unleashed continued to magnify, all the way until it grew to 3 million meters in length. It then pressed down, instantly suppressing the white snake on a mountain and preventing her from moving. The gulf in power between them was far too great. Before a celestial king, ascending origin tier elites were but measly ants. In just a single strike, the powerful white snake was imprisoned. This was the power of a paramount celestial king. These were beings who could only be respected and revered. Go on, kill me. Kill me. Lu Yang roared. He had almost been killed by the white snake just then, and this had filled him with rage and frustration. He glowered at the white snake, and said, "You were quite beautiful while in human form, so I don't mind toying around with you a little." His words were extremely degrading. Not only was the white snake infuriated, but even the lake spirits from the heavenly treasure lake started to bellow in fury. Ning Haixin was more so filled with self-criticism. If it weren't for her, would the lake spirits have ended up in such a perilous situation? In reality, Celestial King Enteng would have come here to massacre the lake spirits in the heavenly treasure lake even if the white snake hadn't stepped forward to interfere. His goal was naturally the natural treasures in the heavenly treasure lake. Otherwise, why would he have come all this way? He could have simply stayed in the Lu clan. After all, they were going to hold another wedding ceremony there. Are there any more objections? Celestial King Enteng asked in a soft voice. However, this was a voice that was filled with might and dignity, and it was as if a huge boulder were crushing down on everyone's minds. This was a terrible feeling. The lake spirits wanted to speak, yet before the might of a celestial king, they couldn't open their mouths and speak no matter what. You measly spirits and monsters dare to act wantonly before me? Celestial King Enteng said faintly. Pa! A lake spirit was instantly smashed into smithereens. Naive. He pointed elsewhere, and another lake spirit instantly exploded into a cloud of blood. Foolish. Each time he spoke and pointed, a lake spirit would be ruthlessly killed. None of them were able to resist, and they all appeared as fragile as could be. The lake spirits were finally able to speak, yet all they could do was roar and bellow in helplessness. They couldn't change their miserable fates at all. You're still unwilling to yield? Celestial King Enteng asked faintly. Before anyone could reply, he continued to point at them again, killing them one after another. In just a few seconds, another 30 lake spirits died at his hands. Enough. That's enough. Ning Haixin shouted. Please let them go. I'll marry him. However, Celestial King Enteng acted as if he couldn't hear her. He was a mighty celestial king, so how could he degrade himself to make a deal with a measly severing mundane tier cultivator? In his presence, others were only allowed to bow their heads and listen to his commands. Who had the right to haggle with him? Pooh! With a flick of his fingers, another lake spirit transformed into a cloud of blood. Someone, please save me. Ning Haixin yelled in her mind. No matter who it is, I'm willing to pay any price as long as you save everyone. She dazedly looked around, and she suddenly saw an inconceivable sight. The young man who she had rescued from the heavenly treasure lake was calmly sitting in the ruins and sipping wine. Everything had been obliterated, yet a table still stood before him, and there was still a chair under him. He appeared relaxed and carefree as he sipped the wine, and it was as if he were transcendent above this world. Such an uncanny sight should have astonished everyone. However, it was as if none of them could see him, with not a single one of them looking over at him. She suddenly recalled what Ling Han had said before, and she involuntarily felt a strong urge in her mind. Can you help me? She asked Ling Han. However, her voice was already hoarse, causing her words to be extremely quiet. It was unable to travel out. Unexpectedly, the young man seemed to hear her, and he nodded and replied in a gentle voice, "Of course." Ling Han stood up and slightly shook his head. He had become tangled in someone else's business again. He hadn't planned to show himself initially. He slowly strolled toward Ning Haixin, and he asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Huh? Everyone was stunned when they saw the young man suddenly appear and talk to Ning Haixin. Another person was seeking death? Hadn't he seen the miserable fates of the lake spirits who had been acquainted with Ning Haixin? They were all being massacred now. Did this person want to die? Perhaps the others didn't recognize Ling Han, but the lake spirits from the heavenly treasure lake were all filled with emotion and anticipation when they saw him appear. None of them knew how powerful Ling Han was, but it was because of him that they had gained sentience. Thus, they could vaguely sense his vast and sea-like power. In their minds, Ling Han was their totem, their god. Their god had come to rescue them. This caused them to be overcome with excitement, so much so that they started to sob. "Just who do you think you are? You dare to interfere?" Ning Xiuwei roared as he jumped forward. He was furious at this moment. This was the Azure Sky sect. Yet, these people were treating it as if it were a vegetable market. Was this somewhere where they could act and speak as they pleased? Ling Han glanced at him and casually made a tapping motion. "Pa!" Ning Xiuwei immediately exploded into a cloud of blood. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. Fuck. Celestial King Enteng had been killing a lake spirit with each pointing motion just then, not showing an iota of mercy. And now, Ling Han killed Ning Xiuwei with a single pointing motion as well? Was he challenging Celestial King Enteng? Celestial King Enteng's pupils also expanded slightly as he looked at Ling Han. "Be bastard." Ning Daolan howled in rage after faltering for a brief moment. He cared about his two sons the most, and he had placed far too many hopes on them. Now, however, his second son had been ruthlessly killed by Ling Han. How could he not fly into a rage? "Give me second brother back." Ning Xiuhong roared as he lunged at Ling Han. "Xiuhong!" Ning Daolan hurriedly exclaimed as he rushed after his son. Ling Han's strength was unfathomable, so he naturally didn't want to see his eldest son be killed as well. Ling Han extended a finger. "Pooh!" Ning Xiuhong instantly transformed into a sheet of blood. Even though Ning Daolan had lashed out, how could he possibly block the strike of a paramount heavenly venerate? "Why? Ning Daolan spat a mouthful of blood. This wasn't because he had been wounded by Ling Han, but it was instead because he was far too furious and aggrieved. His two sons had been killed just like that. He felt fury, and he felt hatred. "Wretched thing, are you satisfied now?" he bellowed hysterically as he looked at Ning Haixin. Ning Haixin was speechless. This was her father? He hadn't felt a single shred of sympathy as he had pushed her into a fate worse than death, yet he was now feeling such grief and anger after the death of her two older brothers. Would this stark contrast not hurt her even more? "Friend, how should I refer to you?" Celestial King Enteng asked. He didn't attack, and this was because Ling Han had completely ignored Ning Daolan's attack. Even though Ning Daolan was only an ascending origin tier elite, and even though he could also ignore his attacks, the ability to do this could only mean a single thing. This person was also a celestial king. One had to realize that Enteng was only a first heaven celestial king. If Ling Han were also a celestial king, then he would at least be at the same level as him. Thus, Celestial King Enteng had no option but to treat this with utmost caution. Ling Han ignored him, and he made another pointing motion at Ning Daolan. Since Ning Haixin was unable to tell him how to help, he would use his own methods to deal with this situation. "No. Pa." Ning Daolan only had time to utter a single word before he was reduced to a cloud of blood by Ling Han. Chapter 3018, 3018 Disciple. 3018 Disciple. Ling Han turned around and looked at Lu Yang. "Friend." Enteng exclaimed, with his expression changing drastically. If Ling Han wanted to kill members of the Ning clan, then he was free to do so. He could kill as many of them as he wanted. In any case, Enteng was only interested in that young girl from the Ning clan. However, Lu Yang was his son. Ling Han didn't spare him so much as a glance as he made another pointing motion. Stop right there. Celestial King Enteng roared as he hurriedly dashed forward to block this attack. However, his power instantly rebounded back toward him after it struck Ling Han. He was involuntarily stunned. At which heaven of the Celestial King tier was this young man? His battle prowess was far too terrifying. Pa! Without any surprise, Lu Yang was also killed. Commotion instantly swept through the crowd of guests. Even though Ling Han had killed several people just then, only Ning Daolan had been at the ascending origin tier. However, this time was different. Celestial King Enteng had already tried to stop him, yet he had still failed to prevent Ling Han from killing his son. That being the case, just how powerful was this young man? He was done for, Celestial King Enteng felt. He had actually come across an even stronger Celestial King. Celestial King Enteng inhaled sharply. Even though the death of his son made him feel unbridled fury and an urge to kill someone, he still didn't hesitate for a second as he directly turned around to flee. This person was at least a third heaven Celestial King, and the gulf between them was far too great. Staying here would be the same as seeking death. Ling Han lashed out, making a simple pointing motion. Pa! Celestial King Enteng instantly plummeted from the sky, with his aura also falling drastically. His Celestial King tier cultivation was forcefully severed, and he was ruthlessly sent back to the ascending origin tier. He's not dead? Everyone was astonished. Ling Han surprisingly hadn't killed Enteng. In fact, severing Enteng's Celestial King tier cultivation was far more difficult than simply killing him. However, why had Ling Han chosen this more difficult option? Ling Han didn't speak, and he simply glanced at the white snake. Without anyone suppressing her, the white snake had already soared into the air again. She immediately understood Ling Han's intention, and she resolutely charged at Celestial King Enteng. Ling Han was giving her the opportunity to exact revenge. Old bastard, do you dare to battle with me? The white snake roared in fury. She possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, and she could be regarded as invincible at the same cultivation level. However, Enteng had suppressed her using his superior cultivation, and this had naturally caused a ball of anger and frustration to well up in her chest. This was especially the case since Enteng's son had announced that he wanted to toy with her. Just how humiliating was this? Now that Lu Yang was dead, but Enteng was still alive, this revenge would have to be exacted on Lu Yang's father. The colossal white snake swooped down, radiating with an aura at the pinnacle stage of the ascending origin tier. Celestial King Enteng didn't dare to ignore this attack, and he gathered all of the power in his body to unleash an attack at the white snake. Pung! The two of them exchanged blows, but it was Enteng who was sent flying this time. At the same cultivation level, he was no match for the white snake. The white snake roared, and there was surprisingly the echo of a true dragon's roar in her voice. Her four legs ruthlessly slashed at Enteng. Ascending origin tier was both astonished and furious. He was a celestial king. Regardless of how strong the white snake was, there was no way that she could withstand a single strike of his. However, what could he do now that his cultivation had been severed by Ling Han? He had plummeted back to the ascending origin tier, and to say nothing of suppressing the white snake, he wasn't even able to rival her. However, he refused to stand there and await death. He would fight to the bitter end even if there was the tiniest glimmer of hope. Pung! 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 The two of them battled fiercely. Enteng was indeed worthy of being a celestial king. Even though his cultivation had been severed, he still unleashed all kinds of skillful and mysterious techniques, surprisingly allowing him to block the white snake's attacks time and time again. However, the white snake became increasingly ferocious. There was too much anger pent up inside her, and this transformed into a boundless fighting spirit that she unleashed at her opponent. She continued to unleash dragon roars, and it was clear that the light gathering on her feet was becoming brighter and brighter. After reaching a certain limit, these orbs of light suddenly dimmed. However, another small claw grew from each of her 4 feet. The white snake howled, seemingly in both pain and excitement. Her scales shattered, and the skin on her horns cracked. On each of her 4 feet, a new talon protruded out. 4 claws. 3 claws represented a flood dragon, while 4 claws represented a true dragon. Not only that, but the horns on her head also grew by a significant amount, forming branching tines as well. These were the horns of a dragon. The scales on her body also underwent a transformation, turning from the initial white into a light green color. Facing pressure from Entang and also feeling motivation from her rage, the white snake successfully took this critical step, and advanced to become a true dragon. In fact, she still had room for improvement. As her bloodline became purer and her cultivation advanced further, it was possible for her to become a 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! Heavenly tribulation befell. After transforming into a true dragon, her cultivation directly soared to the level of celestial kings. The white snake continued to attack Entang as she faced heavenly tribulation. She had an advantage in cultivation now, and a celestial king tier elite facing an ascending origin tier elite was just like a father beating his son. This was a relaxed and carefree experience. Without much effort, she was able to quickly leave Entang in a bloody and miserable state. Everyone was stunned. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? A celestial king had fallen to the ascending origin tier, while an ascending origin tier elite had advanced to become a celestial king. The tables were completely turned. Their eyes were filled with respect and apprehension as they gazed at the white snake. When they looked at Ling Han, it was more so as if they were gazing up at a god. So what if his opponent was a celestial king? He could directly sever their cultivation with a single finger. Ling Han made a grabbing motion, and countless puddles of blood converged and formed into numerous humanoid shapes. These were the lake spirits that Celestial King Entang had killed just then. At this moment, they shockingly experienced rebirth. Defying the heavens and reversing death, this was the power of a heavenly venerate. Crack! Deafening thunder and blinding lightning were instantly unleashed by the furious heaven and earth. Reversing death was a big taboo, and this immediately triggered white-hot rage from heaven and earth. Curtains of lightning rained down upon Ling Han and the reborn lake spirits. Ling Han made a gentle pressing motion, and the miles of raging lightning instantly resided and dissipated. This was merely a medium-level dimension, so how could it possibly rival him? All of the lake spirits fell to their knees, and exclaimed, "Lord!" They were all filled with gratitude. Initially, the lake spirits had been slightly dissatisfied with Ling Han in their minds. However, Ling clan had destroyed the Ning clan and then severed Celestial King Entang's cultivation, helping the white snake exact her revenge. Now, he had even revived their dead companions. He was a god. Under the watchful and complicated gazes of everyone, Ling Han walked beside Ning Haixin and extended a hand, saying, "Come with me." Before Ning Haixin could even reply, he had already turned around to walk away. Ning Haixin faltered for a moment before hurriedly following after him. The two of them were clearly walking at a slow pace, yet a single step of theirs could cover 5 million kilometers. In just a few steps, they had already vanished from view. What kind of celestial technique is this? She's clearly at the severing mundane tier, so how was she able to disappear in just a few steps? It was definitely that young man's doing. How astonishing. So be it if he can walk as quickly as lightning. However, to bestow this ability upon someone else as well? Just at what heaven is he as a celestial king? Everyone exclaimed in emotion as they tried to estimate Ling Han's strength. Ling Han strode forward, and after just a few steps, he already arrived at the peak of a towering mountain. Tens of thousands of rays of iridescent light fell over him, illuminating him with an indescribable radiance. "Senior," Ning Haixin said as she kneeled down. Ling Han nodded, and said, "From today onward, you're one of my disciples." Ning Haixin faltered upon hearing this. However, she quickly kowtowed, and said, "Disciple Ning Haixin pays respects to master." Ling Han accepted 9 kowtows from her. Only then did he make a lifting motion and say, "Your master's name is Ling Han, and I'm now going to teach you the indestructible heaven scroll." He tapped Ning Haixin's forehead with his index finger, passing the indestructible heaven scroll to his new disciple. Why did he take Ning Haixin as a disciple? Her aptitude wasn't extraordinary, or else Ning Daolan would have definitely focused his effort on raising her. However, she was born with an innate affinity that made others want to treat her well. This piqued Ling Han's interest, and he wanted to know the reason behind this. After all, this was an affinity that could affect even him. It was quite astonishing. Ning Haixin started to cultivate here, and Ling Han used this time to observe the surrounding mountains and waters. He was still mulling over the same question: what power was restricting the dimensions? Time flew by, and Ning Haixin's cultivation rose slowly but surely. Her cultivation talent was truly unremarkable. If this were Fu Tianqing, 100,000 years would be more than enough for him to advance to the Celestial King tier. However, Ning Haixin only advanced to the 2nd severance. Indeed, she had only advanced 1 minor tier in 100,000 years. However, there was genuinely something special about her. Chapter 3019, 3019 Discovery. 3019 Discovery. Ling Han carefully studied his new disciple. Why did Ning Haixin have such a strong affinity? While Ning Haixin was cultivating, Ling Han was analyzing this disciple. With his strength, it was naturally impossible for Ning Haixin to discover anything off. After so many years, he had to have discovered something. However, this discovery was practically non-existent. That was because he had discovered a small dot of light in the depths of Ning Haixin's mind. It was really very unnoticeable, and he had only discovered it after searching for a very long time. However, he was unable to detect what lay in the depths of the speck of light. This dot of light was extremely fragile. If Ling Han forcefully opened it, it would only immediately explode. Perhaps this would not hurt Ning Haixin, but it might be the key to her having this kind of affinity. Ling Han naturally would not act rashly. More importantly, as Ning Haixin's cultivation level increased, this small dot of light was also growing, and Ling Han discovered that her affinity was also growing stronger. Using himself as a reference, he discovered that Ning Haixin's influence on him was indeed increasing. Of course, this kind of increase was negligible, and the effects on him were also pitifully small, almost trivial. But for her to be able to affect a heavenly venerate that had the cultivation level of a 5th tier, and possessed the battle prowess of a 7th tier, what kind of concept was that? Ling Han was extremely curious. He decided to properly nurture Ning Haixin, and wait for her cultivation level to soar a little higher. At that time, the speck of light would become even larger, as if it was growing healthily. Perhaps he would be able to peek into even more secrets. 100,000 years had passed, and Ling Han believed that those doppelgangers of his should have repaired the dimensions by now. It was time for him to return. "Let's go," he said softly. "Yes, master," Ning Haixin said with a bow. After cultivating by Ling Han's side for so many years, she was increasingly aware of just how unfathomable this master of hers was. Now that she thought about it, though Ling Han had saved her from her suffering, he was also the person who had killed her father and brother. However, she only felt admiration and respect for Ling Han, and did not have the slightest bit of hatred. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and forcibly connected the space of the Heavenly Treasures Lake with this place, forming a spatial passageway. The two of them only took a single step, and had already arrived above the Heavenly Treasures Lake. "Who goes there?" A lake spirit immediately flew out, and when it saw Ling Han and Ning Haixin, it immediately looked excited. He hurriedly knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. Ling Han waved his hand, and said, "Rise." "Yes, my lord," the lake spirit said respectfully. It was precisely that thick-backed tortoise, Gui Ho. He did not make another sound, but rather tore a rip into space. Instantly, void energy surged out, causing even the skies to change color. The energy storms from the void could reach the might of 6 tiers, at most. This was only a medium-level dimension. Even at its strongest, it was only equivalent to over a dozen fourth tiers, so how could it withstand the energy storm from the void? However, there was another power in the world that surpassed regulations. The rip in space was rapidly recovering, not allowing the energy storm to continue wreaking havoc. Come back, Ling Han said softly. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. Shio. Instantly, multiple figures flew out, pouncing towards him, and fusing into his body one after another. Boom! Ling Han's power instantly skyrocketed endlessly, and his aura also increased madly. The entire heavenly treasure lake was boiling, and the water seemed like it was about to evaporate completely. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Lake spirit after lake spirit flew out, and when they saw Ling Han, they immediately knelt down respectfully. Even their hearts were trembling. This kind of great power was really too terrifying. After a short while, all the doppelgangers had returned. Ling Han closed his eyes and sensed for a while, and couldn't help but smile. Very good, all the dimensions had been repaired, and his battle prowess had returned to his prime condition. As long as he didn't encounter hysteria, there would be no one in this world who would be able to hurt a single hair on his head. Haixin, is there anything that you cannot let go of? Ling Han asked. There is nothing that I cannot let go of, Ning Haixin immediately answered. Ling Han nodded. All right, then we will leave. Milord. Right at this moment, a woman in white flew over, and knelt 9 meters away from Ling Han. I wish to follow Milord, and work for you. This was White Snake. 100,000 years had passed, and her cultivation level had also advanced further, reaching second heaven. Her progress was very astonishing. This should be the effect of her bloodline inheritance. Otherwise, her natural talent in cultivation would not have been so strong. Ling Han considered for a moment, and then said, Fine then. Just follow Haixin, protect her, and give her some guidance. Yes, Master. White Snake was overjoyed, and hurriedly knelt down to pay respects to Ning Haixin. Bai Ji pays respects to young mistress. Auntie Bai, you, Ning Haixin was a little at a loss for what to do. Since childhood, Auntie Bai had doted on her very much, yet now she was kneeling in front of her and calling her a young mistress, which made her panic. Ling Han waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. He was one of the strongest heavenly venerates in the world, and Ning Haixin was his disciple. To say nothing of a mere second heaven celestial king, it was normal for even ninth heaven celestial kings to become servants. Even heavenly venerates would have to treat him with respect. Hence, from this moment onwards, this little girl should get used to it. Yes, Master, Ning Haixin said. The lake spirits all looked enviously at White Snake. Though she had become Ling Han's servant, no, Ning Haixin's servant, what kind of existence was Ling Han? As long as there was the slightest bit of relationship, her future prospects would be boundless. Unfortunately, none of them had the courage to open their mouths and say that they wanted to follow Ling Han and become his servants. Ling Han moved, and grabbed both Ning Haixin and White Snake. Then, he tore open the void, and began his interdimensional journey. He didn't want to return to the realm battlefield again. Thus, he took a bit more time, and he once again tore open the void and returned half a month later, appearing in the profound negative realm. Another 9 days later, he returned to his family. Ling Han. Everyone was overjoyed. Ling Han would suddenly disappear for several million years at the drop of a hat, which would always worry them. Ling Han asked about Ling Fifan. Fortunately, this brat kept a low profile, and didn't encounter any trouble. Moreover, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, and was currently battling fiercely in the realm battlefield. Ling Han introduced Ning Haixin and White Snake. He did not mention Ning Haixin's special ability, and only casually mentioned that he had taken her as a disciple. Speaking of disciples, he felt his conscience ache a little. In all these years, he had not been able to properly guide them. He began moving, gathering his disciples that were in various places, and even various dimensions. Chen Ruijing, Yun Yongwang, Kang Xiuyuan, and Jiang Yifeng were the 4 disciples he had taken in his last life. There was also Ding Ping, Jiao, Fu Tianqing, and Ning Haixin, who were the 4 disciples of his current lifetime. Coincidentally, there just happened to be 4 veteran disciples and 4 newer disciples. Comparatively speaking, the natural talent of his 4 veteran disciples was too weak. Originally, reaching even Genesis tier would have been difficult, but now that they had come to the transcendent dimension, and added with Ling Han's alchemical pills, their limits had also been pushed up considerably. Chapter 30-20, 3020 Shock. 3020 Shock. Ling Han's veteran disciples were presently in the first heaven of Celestial King tier. Ling Han did not elevate them straight to 9th heaven, but rather had them cultivate slowly, comprehending the various aspects of life. Obtaining abilities that far surpassed one's mental state all of a sudden wasn't a good thing. It could lead to huge problems. Ling Han wanted to let these disciples cultivate their mindsets, and in the future, when he reached 7th tier, and the powers of dimension in his body reached great accomplishment level, who knew, maybe he could help them advance further, break through the restrictions of the Celestial King tier, and advance to the Heavenly Venerable tier. Meanwhile, the strength of his new disciples varied, and the gap among them was extremely wide. The person with the highest accomplishment was Fu Tianqing, who was already in the 4th tier. He was only 1 cultivation level inferior to Ling Han. Next was Jiao. He was a 9th heaven celestial king, but breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable tier was still far off in the horizon. Perhaps there might be no hope for him in this lifetime. The third was Ding Ping, who had just advanced to the 9th heaven. Similarly, it was also as difficult as ascending the heavens for him to become a heavenly venerate. Lastly, it was Ning Haixin. She was only a pitiful second severance, which was still endlessly far from the Celestial King tier, what more Heavenly Venerable tier. They had to take it slowly. Take for example Little Qing, the Stone Golem, Rabbit, Old Ginseng, and so on. Previously, they had ingested the Celestial King pill before advancing into Celestial King tier, which also removed the possibility of them continuing to improve further. Once Ling Han's physique reached the 7th tier, and became a dimension himself, who knew, he might be able to change the regulations, and allow them to continue advancing. After giving some guidance on the cultivation of his disciples, Ling Han began to take the hands-off approach again, deducing Heavenly Venerable seals. Currently, his dimensions had already reached the limit of his cultivation level. Thus, he only had to stimulate his cultivation level, and the speed of cultivation would suddenly soar many times over. Hence, Ling Han had enough idle time to deduce Heavenly Venerable seals. Time flew by. 1,000,000 years had passed, and Ling Han had deduced 3 6th-grade seals. He came out of seclusion, and gave some guidance on everyone's cultivation. Then, he went to find Wally. He invited him over to carefully scan Ning Haixin. Wally's eyes glowed green and swept over Ning Haixin's body, making both Ning Haixin and White Snake click their tongues in amazement. Interesting, Wally said softly. Ling Han was surprised, and said, strange, you actually are able to say, interesting? Have you changed your personality? Wally had always been indifferent and extremely calm. Even if he was being smashed to pieces by someone, Wally would still rationally and calmly ask, why, instead of angrily stepping forward to fight. So, now that Wally actually murmured that something was interesting, Ling Han felt it was strange. Wally glanced at him, and said coldly, don't disturb my work. Right, he was a big shot. Ling Han could only cross his arms over his chest, and stand at the side to wait. Wally finally stopped scanning. He raised his head and looked ahead. His eyes shone again, but this time it was white, forming a human figure. Judging by the curves, this should be a female. Look, here, Wally said, pointing at the head of that female figure. There was a spot there that was especially bright. Ling Han nodded. This was Ning Haixin's brain. There was a spot of light in her mind, and it should be the source of her secret. Very interesting. Wally nodded, and then looked towards Ling Han. I have also seen this kind of spot of light in your mind. What? Ling Han's eyes involuntarily focused, and he revealed an expression of surprise. There was also an indescribable throbbing in his heart. Look. Wally's eyes glowed white again, building another human figure. This was a man, and in his head, there was also a spot of light that was extraordinarily bright. This is the holographic image produced from my scan of you the first time I saw you, Wally said. Zoom in. The light in Wally's eyes flickered, and the two bodies instantly disappeared, and in their place, there was a glowing figure. This was the point of light in Ling Han's and Ning Haixin's mind. After being enlarged by who knew how many times, it had become visible to the naked eye. Ling Han compared them carefully, and the shock on his face became even more pronounced. It really was so. Though the two spots of light were slightly different, they seemed to have some kind of indescribable connection. They were like fruits that had sprouted from the same tree, and had a link that could not be severed. What surprised Ling Han even more was the fact that he had never discovered that there was such a spot of light in his body. He was a 5th-tier heavenly venerate. Haixin, have you ever discovered that this speck of light existed in your mind? Ling Han asked Ning Haixin. Ning Haixin shook her head. Never. Then take another look now, Ling Han said. Ning Haixin used her divine sense to scan her mind, but she very quickly shook her head. I didn't find anything. Ling Han stretched out a finger and pointed. Again. He also extended his divine sense over to guide Ning Haixin's divine sense. However, even though he had clearly touched the spot of light, Ning Haixin overlooked it completely. She couldn't see it at all. Could it be that it can't be discovered by oneself? Ling Han had Wally guide him, and similarly found the location of the spot of light in his mind. When one reached his height, if he did not take the initiative to open up his mind, who would be able to penetrate it? However, Wally already said that the spot of light was right here, but Ling Han still didn't see anything. Just as he had guessed, the person who possessed the spot of light could not see it. Strange, this was really too strange. A dignified 5th-tier heavenly venerate actually couldn't detect something that was inside his body? For some reason, Ling Han suddenly recalled the world's will from the last era. That was because very, very long ago, in fact, in his last lifetime, both the world's will and hysteria had already done something to him. Only the two of them possessed unfathomable abilities that even the current Ling Han wouldn't be able to detect, right? Was it the world's will or hysteria? Though the world's will spoke nicely, Ling Han did not believe it. This guy was too secretive, and added with Chong Yan and the other strange actions, Ling Han thought that the world's will definitely had a great secret, or might even be plotting a great conspiracy. He felt a headache coming on. He had not dealt with hysteria yet, and now there was the world's will. Though it should have died, could this really be trusted? He had to stay on guard. Ling Han's heart was ringing with alarm bells. If it were not for the fact that he had unexpectedly encountered a Ning Haixin, and had taken her in as his disciple on a whim, and called Wally over, he would probably never have discovered that there was such a thing inside his body. You obviously knew long ago, so why didn't you tell me? Ling Han asked Wally. Wally rolled his eyes, and said, Firstly, you didn't ask me. Secondly, I'm not obligated to answer you. Thirdly, I don't know what this thing is, either. Telling you without being aware of the situation is against my accuracy and precision traits. Fuck. Ling Han was rendered speechless. This guy actually had his arguments. However, what he was even more surprised about was Wally's facial expression. Since when did this guy roll his eyes? This was too human-like. Though Wally had always maintained a human form, Ling Han had never thought that this guy looked like a human. He had always been wooden, expressionless, and emotionless. Had this guy taken the wrong medicine? Chapter 3021, 3021 Granddaughter. 3021 Granddaughter. Did you take the wrong medicine? Ling Han asked directly. You're the one who took the wrong medicine, Wally said disdainfully. Ling Han was even more surprised. This guy actually knew how to bicker, and even knew how to express disdain? This was really bizarre. You evolved again? Ling Han asked. I have developed an emotional system, Wally said seriously. Right then, Ling Han suddenly became interested, and said, why don't you communicate with the large black dog? If Wally also learned the despicable nature of the large black dog, then added with his strictness, what would happen? Interesting. Ling Han was filled with anticipation. After sending Wally off, Ling Han decided to focus on nurturing Ning Haixin so that this disciple would mature as soon as possible. He brought Ning Haixin with him, and traveled all over the mountains and rivers of the profound negative realm. White Snake was also by his side, taking care of Ling Han's diet with great care, and she was playing the role of a teacher for Ning Haixin most of the time. To be honest, Ling Han wasn't a good teacher. Being strong and being able to teach others were two different things. Peace seemed to have returned to the borders. It was clear that Chong Yan and the others had abandoned their posts and quit, but the situation on the front lines was still tense. Hysteria itself was becoming fiercer and fiercer, causing those on the main battlefield to retreat repeatedly. At present, the main battlefield was not something that Ling Han could interfere in. Previously, he had only been there for a short while, and he had almost been killed. Meanwhile, there were 4 great prodigies like Xian Chihu and the others overseeing the subsidiary battlefield. Though it did not seem to be all that optimistic, the situation was much better than the main battlefield. Hence, even if Ling Han went, he would not be of much help, unless he managed to become a 7th tier. He made good use of the time. While he was training his disciples, he himself was also cultivating, striving to reach the peak stage of the 5th tier and advance to 6th tier as soon as possible. In this way, he was sure that his defenses would be slightly stronger, and if he faced hysteria again, he would not be so vulnerable as he was now. That was hysteria, just how strong was it? Ling Han believed that if hysteria was allowed to swallow a few dimensions, perhaps its power would be comparable to the overwhelming attack from the entire Genesis world, which was capable of shattering even the divine sense of a 7th tier. Perhaps it was precisely because of their own safety considerations that Chong Yan and the others actively resisted hysteria, because this was related to their precious lives. Very soon, 300,000 years had passed. Ning Haixin had indeed improved, but she had only reached the 5th severance. On the other hand, with Ling Han's guidance, White Snake had already reached 5th heaven. In 300,000 years, she had advanced a total of 3 cultivation levels. This was very astonishing, but just look at Ning Haixin. White Snake, as a celestial king, had advanced 3 cultivation levels, while she had only advanced 3 minor levels in severing mundane tier. In comparison, her rate of cultivation was so slow that it was practically a tragic sight. This rendered White Snake speechless. The cultivation resources that Ning Haixin received were at least 10 times those of hers, but treasures that could allow a celestial king to advance a few steps further actually had such little effect. Thankfully, she very much doted on Ning Haixin. Otherwise, she would definitely be cursing internally. Why had Ling Han taken in such a stupid disciple? Another 100,000 years passed, and Ning Haixin had advanced to the dividing soul tier. Ordinarily, severing mundane tiers would need 100,000 years to advance another step, and then dividing soul tiers would need at least 1,000,000 years to advance to the next level, but what surprised Ling Han was that Ning Haixin's rate of cultivation did not slow down at all. It seemed as if her speed could already be no slower, so that was that. Every step she took was very firm. Ling Han was already beginning to search for a new dimension that had been created from the collision of the 2 dimensions, and when Ning Haixin advanced to the 9th heaven, he would plant it into her body. Of course, if Ning Haixin could be like him, plucking the power of dimension to form dimensions, Ling Han would also be willing to let her take this path. 1,000,000 years, 2,000,000 years, 3,000,000 years. Ning Haixin had steadily advanced into Celestial King tier. This caused White Snake to feel surprised. That was because it had taken her more than 3,000,000 years to become a Celestial King, and Ning Haixin had already caught up to her in terms of cultivation level. Ling Han kept his attention on the spot of light in Ning Haixin's mind all this while, and as her cultivation level continuously advanced, this spot of light was also slowly growing in size. He could see it even more clearly than before. There were multiple patterns of light on it, and they were constantly changing, as if they were evolving into something. However, though the ball of light wasn't particularly blinding, it was extremely blurry. Ling Han decided that when Ning Haixin was slightly stronger, he would then explore the secret of this ball of light. Only then would he be able to ensure that he would not hurt her. Every 100,000 years, Ning Haixin's cultivation level would improve by a notch. The celestial king tier only had 9 heavens. Thus, after only 800,000 years, Ning Haixin had already reached 9th heaven, and White Snake was still only at 7th heaven, which stunned her, and caused her to be more impressed with Ling Han's insight. See, so that was why Ning Haixin could be his disciple, while she could only be a servant. When Ning Haixin advanced to peak stage 9th heaven, Ling Han would bring her on an interdimensional journey so she could prepare to walk her own path. If she could not successfully take her own path, then he would have long since prepared himself, and he could plant a new dimension into her body. Coincidentally, Ling Xin Fu Tianqing finally had a descendant, giving birth to a little princess. Ling Han was overjoyed upon seeing this, and decided to postpone their journey. He returned. He wanted to see this granddaughter of his immediately. As expected, though the little girl had just been born, she already had the makings of an exceptional beauty. In the future, she would definitely be a bewitching beauty that could bring ruin to the nation and to the people. Though Ling Han's strength was close to invincible, and he was also her grandfather, whether it was Ling Shi, Fu Tianqing, the Empress, or the others, or even Ling Dongxing and his wife, they all firmly objected to Ling Han naming the little girl. It couldn't be helped. Looking at the creatures by his side, Little Qing and Small Rock, what kind of names were these? Thus, Ling Han's naming rights were mercilessly stripped from him. Even his protests were ineffective. How could it be that he would be able to suppress all of his family? In the end, the little girl was named Fu Siken, and her nickname was Chen Chen. Though Ling Han was displeased for a while, he was still very soon overjoyed. He hugged the little girl, unwilling to put her down. Little Chen Chen had inherited the bloodline of her parents, and was born a celestial king. Her starting point was astonishingly high, and her path of cultivation was incredibly smooth. Merely 100 years later, she had reached 9th heaven. This was too fast, and Ling Han wasn't happy about this. Instead, he felt that the little girl hadn't tempered her foundations enough, with a lot of cultivation levels that she hadn't studied and experienced deeply yet, and had advanced in a flash. After advancing to the heavenly venerable tier, the after effects would definitely erupt. Thus, Ling Han decided to bring little Chen Chen along. Ning Haixin's reason was to break through to the pseudo-heavenly venerable tier, while the reason for Chen Chen was for her to experience many lifetimes and cultivate her heart. With Ling Han by her side, Fu Tianqing and Ling Shi naturally had nothing to worry about. "Father, you can't lead Chen Chen astray," Ling Shi warned. Ling Han rolled his eyes. In the past, this daughter of his had been so obedient, and now, sigh. He set off with the 2 girls, and began to travel from dimension to dimension. What surprised Ling Han was the fact that Ning Haixin soon proved that she could not take the same path as Ling Han and nurture endless powers of dimension in her body. Strange. Ling Han was exasperated, so he could only plant a dimension that he had prepared long ago into his disciple's body. Chapter 3022, 3022 Secret of Life. 3022 Secret of Life. Ling Han did not return. Instead, he continued to travel around with the 2 girls. He had 2 purposes for this trip. The first was to help Ning Haixin advance to the pseudo-heavenly venerable Tai, and the second was to help little Chen Chen cultivate her heart through experiencing many lifetimes. This little girl's cultivation speed was too fast, and needed to be suppressed a bit. She definitely could not immediately advance to the heavenly venerable tier. Time passed quickly, and little Chen Chen was also cultivating her heart in the mortal world. She was originally a little princess that was cherished dearly, but Ling Han deliberately caused trouble for her, suppressing her cultivation level, and allowing her to see how dangerous the human heart could be and the chaos of the world. While still maintaining her childish nature, the little girl's spirit was also rapidly growing, and she knew how to protect herself. Ning Haixin's cultivation speed, on the other hand, could not be suppressed no matter what. 100,000 years later, she steadily advanced to the pseudo-heavenly venerable tier. Ling Han still wanted to open up a second space in her dantian to accommodate a second dimension, but he was soon stunned because he was unable to do so. It was not that he was not capable enough, but rather that a second space could not be opened in Ning Haixin's dantian at all. This female disciple was filled with secrets. At this time, the advancement of Ning Haixin finally slowed down. After all, this was heavenly venerable tier. If she could manage to cross over to the next cultivation level with another 100,000 years, that would be too terrifying. They had both come with little Chen so she could temper her heart. Though this little girl's cultivation level was frighteningly high, just like Ling Shi, the rate of her physical growth was extraordinarily slow. So many years had passed, and she only looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. Ling Han, on the other hand, hoped that the little girl would grow up a little slower so that she could enjoy a carefree life even more. Unfortunately, celestial kings already had an unlimited lifespan. The little girl was destined to grow up and possess an incredibly long life. At this moment, Ling Han was actually feeling fortunate. Thankfully, Ling Shi had found Fu Tianqing. Otherwise, it would be too boring to walk alone on the path of immortality. After walking for another several 100,000 years, Ling Han brought the two girls back to the profound negative realm. He wanted little Chen to reunite with her parents. After all, no matter how slow her growth was, she would still grow up bit by bit. He could not allow Ling Shi and the others to be absent from little Chen's growth for too long. He had already helped to lay an incredibly firm foundation for little Chen, so there was no need for him to worry about the remaining matters. Ling Shi and Fu Tianqing would take care of the rest. Ling Han still decided to properly nurture Ning Haixin. This should be his last disciple. Another 300,000 years later, Ning Haixin advanced into the heavenly venerable tier. This was something that she definitely wouldn't have thought of when she had been at the Azure Sky sect. Though she was beautiful, and had an indescribable affinity, her natural talent in cultivation was really not very high. Otherwise, she would not have been treated as an object to be used in a political marriage by Ning Daolan. However, it just so happened that she did not seem to have any concept of barriers to her cultivation level. She advanced triumphantly the whole way, and others could only gasp in amazement. Since Ning Haixin had become a heavenly venerate, Ling Han's courage increased considerably. He once again used his divine sense to enter Ning Haixin's mind to study that spot of light. After her advancing into the heavenly venerable tier, this point of light had become considerably larger. If the mind was really seen as a great ocean, then this spot of light should be about the size of a fist by now. Actually, it was still pitifully small, but compared to the beginning, it had already grown a few 100 million times. Ling Han discovered that this ball of light had become considerably tougher. If it could have been said that it would have shattered at the slightest touch previously, now it could at least endure a little bit of power. Ling Han carefully studied the orb of light. Now, he could finally explore it. However, even though the orb of light was constantly changing, it was still a complete object. There was absolutely no opening through which one could enter and observe the detailed situation inside. Ling Han frowned. Was there still nothing he could do? A thought flashed in his mind, and he said, Haixin, use your divine sense to touch the ball of light in my mind. Yes, Master. Ning Haixin said respectfully. She also used her divine sense to probe into Ling Han's mind. Very soon, she located the ball of light, and this was something that Ling Han could not do. Those with light orbs couldn't sense its existence in themselves. When Ning Haixin reached out with her divine sense, wang, wang, the two of them trembled at the same time, and a fierce reaction rose up in them. Ling Han shockingly discovered that with a ripple in his mind, he saw a ball of light. That was his own ball of light. Wasn't it something that he himself could not see? Could it be that if two people who possessed light orbs touched each other's light orbs, it would create some kind of special resonance? Ling Han had no time to care about this now. He could finally sense his own light orb. This meant that he could possibly unravel the secret of the light orb. Because this was a part of him, and he knew the severity of the matter, he could not possibly wound himself. He analyzed it carefully, and slowly entered into that sphere of light. This ball of light looked very small, but there were actually innumerable layers. Even after spending at least a few years, Ling Han had only progressed halfway. And Ning Haixin was even slower. The strength of her divine sense was naturally far from being comparable to Ling Han's. Ling Han was extremely patient. Since he had already waited for tens of millions of years, he did not mind spending a few more years' time. His progress was not fast, but the advantage was that it was steady. As long as this kind of resonance was still present, and he could continue to sense the light sphere, he would eventually be able to find out the secret hidden within. Over another dozen years later, Ling Han peeled apart the layers, and entered into the depths of the light sphere. Wang, his mind glowed, exuding an endless brilliance. Multiple pieces of information circulated in Ling Han's mind, but they were extremely obscure and incomprehensible. Ling Han was not hasty. He had a lot of time. He did not withdraw his divine sense, but rather helped Ning Haixin to continue unraveling the light sphere. In the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. Ning Haixin finally broke through the light orb as well. Hence, Ling Han withdrew, and began to fully comprehend the secrets of the information he had gained. Ling Han channeled the regulations of time. This was ineffective on his physical body, but could effectively affect his divine sense, speeding up the process of his comprehension. 4,000 years passed, and Ling Han's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing an expression of extreme shock. He saw the profound secrets of life. What? He found this inconceivable. The mystery of life was actually hidden in his mind. Wait, no. Ling Han suddenly stood up. He had discovered what he had previously overlooked. The World's Will had said that it had helped Ling Han mend his flaws, allowing Ling Han to possess the ability to develop new dimensions, as well as the ability to upgrade dimensions to transcendent level. One day, his body would eventually become a second Genesis world. However, Ling Han had now discovered that it had either forgotten, or had deliberately left out, a key point, an incredibly crucial point. Life. Without life, the Genesis world would only be reduced to ruins, just like how the Genesis world of the last era had been. In truth, there were still remnants of the various dimensions, yet they could only walk towards death. Why was it like this? That was because all dimensions had life. Without life, just the cold heaven and earth could not nurture life and turn into a world of its own. Ling Han pondered for a moment. Had the World's Will deliberately forgotten this important point? This was one of the three key factors, so how could it possibly forget? This was really becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 3023, 3023 Secret Code. 3023 Secret Code. That World's Will had spoken vaguely, and hidden a very deep secret. Ling Han had never truly believed it. In fact, was that really the World's Will, or rather, did such a being exist? Ling Han was given a fright. It called itself the World's Will, so it really was the World's Will? It had only shown him a fragment of history, and this was enough to prove its identity? Under the name of the World's Will, the words that it said were naturally filled with justice and righteousness, so others would believe it without a doubt. Hold on, the World's Will said that it had modified me, allowing me to have the ability to create new dimensions and improve the dimension to transcendent level. Is this the ability it bestowed on me, or has it released some of the life energy in this light sphere of mine? Life is the strongest power in the world, and is the cornerstone of the world. This kind of power can allow me to have the ability to evolve dimensions, and it would be very normal for me to even advance a dimension to the transcendent level. Life itself should have the ability to evolve in the first place. So, has it bestowed this ability on me, or has it only unlocked this ability of mine? But no matter what, the world's will is not so simple. In fact, I suspect that it has not truly disappeared. It's really chaotic. I haven't dealt with hysteria yet, and here comes another extermination, and then a so-called world's will. Ling Han tried to decipher the information in his mind. If he could obtain the secret code of life, he would be able to create within the void, and evolve his own dimensions into a true world. Hold on, was this the eighth power? The eighth fundamental power was yin and yang, life and death, chaos and order. Essentially, it was a kind of conflict. If Ling Han possessed the power of life, the corresponding power would be the power of death. And the power of death was too simple. What heavenly venerate did not have the power to destroy all life? If he could grasp the eighth fundamental power, he would truly possess the ability to destroy hysteria. Ling Han analyzed the information inside his body continuously, but there was nothing he could do. The information was too fragmented, and could not be deciphered at all. A thought flashed in his mind. Then what did Ning Haixin obtain? He communicated with Ning Haixin, but the latter had completely no idea what the information in her mind was. Thankfully, she could show it, and allow Ling Han to view it. Both of them possessed that mysterious orb of light, which gave them the possibility of communicating with one another. Ling Han obtained all the information she had gained. After studying carefully, he discovered that what she possessed was also the secret code of life. It was also fragmented and extremely mysterious. Ling Han studied it carefully, trying to piece the information together. However, he couldn't. It was as if this was only a part of a massive puzzle, and there were still too many parts missing. As a result, he was unable to piece together a complete picture. However, he still managed to piece them together a bit, causing him to experience appreciation, and enter into a state of deep meditation. His eyes snapped open before showing an astounded expression. His surroundings had changed greatly. Just how many years have passed? Ling Han looked around. Ning Haixin had also disappeared. She probably saw that he had been cultivating in seclusion all this while, so she left first. Forget it, let's not worry about this first. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and spread open his palm. A blade of grass immediately grew from his palm, rapidly growing and then blooming, bearing seeds, and wilting with age. In the past, he had also been able to do this, but he required a seed. He had only catalyzed the growth process of this life form. But it was different now. He had created something out of thin air, like he was a creator. Hysteria could do this. It had manifested as a dimension, and could even create sixth-tier heavenly venerates. In comparison, Ling Han was far inferior. Ling Han could only create the most ordinary weed, which was completely worthless. To say nothing of heavenly venerates, he could not even create a creature with intelligence. But the crux of the matter was that he had taken the first step. This was an ability that he had obtained after deciphering some of the secret code of life. Ling Han pondered for a moment before muttering, "The secret code of life that I obtained isn't complete. Moreover, since Ning Haixin and I have appeared, perhaps there are even more people who possess this kind of orb of light in their minds. Perhaps the combination of the secret codes of life of 10 or even 100 people would be needed to truly grasp the ability of creation within the void. However, there are more than millions and millions of living beings in the world, and this is hidden in the depths of the mind. If I were to search them one by one, the speed of my search could not compare to the reproduction of life at all. In other words, even if I possessed an endless lifespan, this task would never be completed. Moreover, the person who possesses the light orb doesn't know himself, and the mind itself is extremely important, so it's impossible that one would open it up for the viewing of others. Even if I offer an astronomical bounty, it's useless. This is really difficult to deal with. Forget it, let's not worry about this first. He'd think more about it when he got back. Ling Han returned to peaceful Leaf City. After reuniting with everyone, only then did he know that a whole 3 billion years had passed in this period of seclusion. No wonder the surrounding environment had changed so much. 3 billion years was enough time to turn the seas into land and change everything completely. Grandfather, a pretty little girl, called out to Ling Han daintily. She was really too beautiful. Ling Han faltered. Little Chin Chin? I'm already an adult now, not little Chin Chin, the young girl said childishly. Ling Han laughed loudly. No matter how big you are still my precious granddaughter, little Chin Chin. Little Chin Chin. The family reunited, so it was naturally extremely lively. The Ling clan hosted a grand gathering to welcome Ling Han's return. After this, Ling Han didn't plan to run around anywhere else. There were only 2 locations he would go. The first was peaceful Leaf City, and the second was the realm battlefield, where everyone was duty-bound to shoulder the responsibility of the survival of their world, especially when he was so powerful. 3 billion years had passed, and Ling Han had also cultivated to the peak stage of the 5th tier. Without so many dimensions in his body holding him back, his cultivation speed was naturally fast. How many heavenly venerable seals did he have now? And how many combination seals did he have? As he prepared to break through to the 6th tier, he was also deducing heavenly venerable seals at the same time. For him, even the crimson great herb should be useless now, and as for a dimensional core, it had to be a transcendent level 1 at least, right? But there was only one transcendent dimension in the world. Hysteria was also one, but even thinking about it was a luxury. He couldn't destroy the profound negative realm, right? Firstly, Ling Han was unable to do it, and secondly, even if he could, there was no way he would. Hence, he could only depend on his own efforts. Perhaps it would take an epoch, or perhaps it would take even longer. Ling Han was also unsure. The further he progressed, the harder it would be to break through the barrier of his cultivation level. Hence, Ling Han planned to fully concentrate on deducing the heavenly venerable seals. This was the key to communicating with the fundamental particles. Perhaps he could deduce even more seals that could help him advance to the 6th tier. He went into seclusion repeatedly, but each time it was not for too long. He would come out once he deduced a single heavenly venerable seal, and reunite with the women. After all, he did not have many children, and the women also wanted a child with him. They had to work hard. 700 million years had passed, and an astonishing piece of news suddenly spread out. Chong Yan and the other 7th tier ultimate elites of the last generation had withdrawn from the realm battlefield. Chapter 3024, 3024 going to cause trouble. 3024 going to cause trouble. The 5 ultimate elites of 7th tier were giving up their responsibilities. When Ling Han found out about this, his first reaction was naturally disbelief. The survival of this Genesis world was related to every single person. So what if they were as strong as 7th tier? Without the heaven and earth and universe, even if they never died, so what? Moreover, it was extremely likely that Hysteria would possess the ability to kill 7th tiers after devouring the entire Genesis world. The destruction of the Genesis world from the last era had torn extermination into pieces, and the spirit of a 7th tier ultimate elite had been destroyed as well. Then, after engulfing the Genesis world, Hysteria would definitely possess this ability as well. How could 7th tiers be safe? How could Chong Yan and the others not have thought of this? They actually left the realm battlefield willfully. Wasn't this allowing Hysteria to advance even faster? Could it be that because Feng Wooding had died, they had given up on themselves because they thought that no one could deal with Hysteria? The possibility of this was too small. Being able to advance to the 7th tier, which of them wasn't a person with a firm willpower? As long as it was not yet the moment of true death, no matter how hopeless they would still fight to the end. Moreover, as long as the Genesis world wasn't destroyed, perhaps a true savior would emerge? This was far too strange. Ling Han couldn't accept this. Then, did the 5 ultimate elites have other plans? Had they joined Hysteria? This didn't seem like it. What benefits could there be from cooperating with Hysteria? Moreover, if Chong Yan and the others had really leaned towards Hysteria, they should have restrained Lin Luo and the others. Why had they only retreated out of the realm battlefield? There was something strange about this. Ling Han pondered for a moment. The 5 ultimate elites had exited the realm battlefield, so could Hysteria's advance still be stopped? How was the situation in the main battlefield right now? If the main body of Hysteria couldn't be stopped, and they merely relied on the profound negative realm's own power as resistance, then at most tens of thousands of years later, not even an epoch, the realm would definitely fall. This would also mean the death of the entire Genesis world. Ling Han's first reaction was to head to the main battlefield to battle Hysteria, but he immediately dismissed this kind of impulse. He couldn't, he was still only a 5th-tier heavenly venerate. Without a true undying and indestructible body, wouldn't he just be going to the main battlefield to die? No matter what, he had to advance to the 6th tier and further improve his defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from Hysteria. That was practically a joke. But how was Ling Han supposed to advance into 6th tier as soon as possible? Since Chong Yan and his group had returned, shouldn't he go and play with them? Previously, it had been these 5 people that kept causing him trouble. Now, it should be his turn to take the initiative. Although he wasn't truly undying and indestructible now, only Hysteria could penetrate his defenses. As for others, even 7th tiers would only be dumbfounded, and there was no reason for him to be afraid of them. Ling Han pondered for a moment before deciding to wait. If he just charged over like this, it would be the result of you being unable to wound me, and I would not be able to wound you either. At most, it would only be a verbal battle, and that would not be very interesting. But now that the 5 ultimate elites had returned, would they not establish their own force? Would they just stay on their lonesome? Ling Han did not believe that Chong Yan and the others would be so pure-minded with such scant desires. If that was really the case, then he could only accept it and seek them out for a fight. Thus, he sat down again, and waited to see if there would be any changes. After all, it was only a rumor that the 5 ultimate elites had withdrawn from the realm battlefield. It hadn't been confirmed yet. Ling Han continued to deduce the heavenly venerable seals. As usual, every time he deduced a new seal, he would come out to walk around, move around, and communicate with the women. In a flash, 1,000,000 years had passed. It was no longer a rumor that the 5 ultimate elites had exited the realm battlefield. Instead, it was a fact. This caused a commotion among the higher-ups. In fact, there were even some who expressed fear for their own safety. Some forces had already begun packing up and leaving. They were going to go through the passageway of the 2 realms, to the other end of the Genesis world. Then, even if Hysteria really devoured the Genesis world, they would definitely be the last to die. Ling Han shook his head. Traversing between dimensions was no joke. There were some places where energy storms lay, and only those who were pseudo-heavenly venerable tiers or heavenly venerable tiers could pass through. Furthermore, there were countless dimensions, and it was unknown how long it would take to reach the other end. In any case, this was none of Ling Han's business. He had found out that Chong Yan and the others had indeed established their own respective places of enlightenment, and actually began taking disciples. This caused Ling Han to be at a loss. It wasn't like Hysteria had been destroyed, and the world had become peaceful. So, why were Chong Yan and the others so relaxed? Had their heads been kicked by a donkey? They were actually establishing places of enlightenment and taking in disciples? Ling Han pondered for a moment before deciding to set off immediately to visit their places of enlightenment. Firstly, he wanted to see what was going on, and secondly, he wanted to know what the 5 of them were planning. There was something strange about this. Something very strange. After some thought, he decided to delay it for tens of thousands of years. That was because he had already deduced 110 6th-grade seals, and was only one away from deducing the whole set. Ling Han continued to cultivate in seclusion, communicating with the heaven and earth, connecting with the void, and grasping the power of life. Though he had only managed to grasp it superficially, the speed at which he deduced heavenly venerable seals was considerably faster now. Ling Han's mind continuously experienced enlightenment, as if it had been reborn. Another 30,000 years passed, and he came out of seclusion. Success. With a thought from him, the 111 sixth-grade seals were channeled, instantly increasing his power by 3,000 times. Ling Han entered into the void, and shot out a punch. Boom! The void trembled, and a vacuum as long as 5,000 kilometers was instantly created in the energy storm in front of him. After a long while, the energy storm started moving again, filling up this area. Chong Yan, Shatter Mountains, if the 5 of you don't master a few more first-grade seals, I'm afraid you can only be suppressed by me. When they found out that Ling Han was going to move, everyone was overjoyed, expressing their desire to go with him to play. Ling Han was rendered speechless. He was not going to play. The place of enlightenment of 5 ultimate elites was no place to play around in, right? However, it had really been a long time since he had brought everyone traveling with him. Forget it. He brought everyone with him, and took them all into the celestial guest residence. Then, they set out. There was no need to rush. Every time they reached a new place, they would stop for a sightseeing tour. Thus, after 17 years, Ling Han finally arrived at the place of enlightenment of heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains. This place was called Shatter Mountains' place of enlightenment, but because it shared the same title as heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains, no one directly called the name of the place of enlightenment. They all referred to it simply as place of enlightenment. Ling Han settled everyone down at a very far location. If he began fighting with Shatter Mountains, who knew how much terrifying damage would be caused? He brought his disciples with him, as well as Little Qing, Small Rock, Rabbit, Old Ginseng, and the large black dog. This lineup could also be considered quite strange. If it was just this few people, he would be able to send them all away before the battle with Shattering Mountains began, and there was no need to worry that there would be any problems. Ayo, Grandpa Dog is going to do something big. The large black dog stood on his hind legs like a human, his iron underwear reflecting cold light as he swayed back and forth. Grandpa Dog, please protect me. Rabbit grabbed onto the large black dog's thigh, and rubbed its head against the large black dog's iron underwear. Shoo, 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 or Grandpa Dog might want to eat a spicy rabbit's head. The large black dog swung its behind around. Grandpa Dog, do you want to piss? Why don't you just piss on the ground? The old Ginseng wore a vulgar expression. The large black dog almost jumped up in anger. Why do you want me to pee? Could it be that you want to plant yourself in the ground to absorb nutrition? Get lost. Grandpa Dog doesn't want to pee. The old Ginseng wore an astounded expression as he asked, a dog can't change its habit of peeing, right? The saying is, a dog can't change its habit of eating poop, the golem corrected. Dumbly, it even boasted to the large black dog, Grandpa Dog, Big Rock is right, right. Chapter 3025, 3025 Chapter 3027 The Idiot's Challenge. 3025 Chapter 3027 The Idiot's Challenge. What a bunch of idiots. The large black dog was so angry he wanted to bite someone's head off. Even though he was very vile and despicable, it seemed as though the rabbit and the old Ginseng were not far behind. Get lost. He sent the rock golem flying with a kick. Fortunately, he didn't use too much strength. Else, the rock golem would have become a pile of rubble by now. Grandpa Dog, you are so cool and awesome. That kick was superb. The rabbit quickly hugged the large black dog's thigh and buttered him up. Go away. Don't dirty Grandpa Dog. Let Little Ginseng be the one to hug his thigh. The old Ginseng excitedly approached. Get lost. You're the one who should get lost. The two idiots were at each other's throats, and had nothing but contempt for one another. It was quite the commotion. The rock golem made its way back. After having suffered the wrath of the large black dog, it had no choice but to crouch sadly by Ling Han's feet like a small puppy. Ling Han shook his head. These three were absolute idiots. Little Qing was better. It flew high in the sky with its wings, and didn't want to be associated with the three idiots. Hee hee. Chen Ruijing, Jiang Yifeng, and the other disciples chuckled. Of the 8 disciples, only Fu Tianqing was absent. This was because his cultivation level was too high. Ling Han didn't want him to scare everyone off. Halt. Suddenly, someone stood before them, and called out, "Identify yourselves." The person before them was a celestial king. Even though there was only a single ribbon of iridescent light surrounding him, he was still a celestial king, someone who could be called an apex existence no matter where he went. However, he was actually just a guard here. What extravagance! But further thought would remind one that this was a 7th-tier heavenly venerate's place of enlightenment. As such, it was not so surprising for a celestial king to work as a guard. "We're here to issue a challenge." The rabbit immediately hopped out. Yes, it indeed hopped out. Even its ears were perked up. What was going on? The celestial king was confused. A rabbit just came, and said that it was here to issue a challenge? Ha ha ha. He broke out laughing. This was a 7th-tier heavenly venerate's place of enlightenment. A mere first heaven celestial king like you dared to say that you wanted to issue a challenge? It was hilarious. This was more than just overestimating one's own strength. It was the pinnacle of folly. What's so funny? The old ginseng barked. With a flick of its tendrils, it spat at that celestial king, and said, "This is your grandpa Ginseng's treasured fluid. Be thankful for the blessing, brat." Ling Han was speechless. Even after becoming a celestial king, this old ginseng was still as brash as before. Even if it were treasured fluid, that celestial king wouldn't tolerate such humiliation, let alone that it was just saliva. After all, it wasn't as if it was bestowed gracefully upon him. It was spat, and thus carried an intent to shame. That celestial king quickly dodged to the side. There was no facing such an attack directly. The old ginseng was ecstatic at the sight. Pu, pu. It constantly spat at the celestial king, and its saliva rained down like a giant squall. That celestial king hastily released a shield of light and blocked all the spit. However, the old ginseng's saliva was not just an attempt to gross him out. It also carried a strong corrosion effect, which quickly broke down the shield of light. That celestial king was horrified. He never thought that not only was old ginseng a vile character, it also had actual skills. He had no choice but to take the matter seriously. Drawing upon the boundless regulations, he went head-on against the old ginseng. The old ginseng was laughing all the way as it continued to launch its attacks. It was not picky with its methods, and used all sorts of underhanded attacks. For example, it spat its saliva upwards in 3 directions, while its tendrils attacked downwards in another 3 directions. It was nothing short of vile and despicable. It was undoubtedly mentally exhausting to fight against a creature like this. That celestial king was soon yelling in fury, the veins on his forehead popping wildly. "You shouldn't come out to sully our eyes if you're so ugly. Even if you don't find it shameful, Grandpa Ginseng feels embarrassed for your mother's sake." The old ginseng was greatly influenced by the large black dog. Battle strength was not the only thing that could win fights, it had to have a skill in verbal assault as well. "Why don't you let Grandpa Ginseng give you a face wash and fix that ugly mug of yours with its treasured fluid?" That celestial king was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger. In his wrath, he utilized the regulations of heaven and earth and merged it with his own strength to form a halberd. He then hacked away at the old ginseng. "You ungrateful brat! How dare you try to fight back against your Grandpa Ginseng?" The old ginseng leapt up, and said, "By fixing your face, Grandpa Ginseng becomes the parent of your renewed life. So now it's like you're trying to kill your own parent. Karma will come back to bite you. Grandpa Ginseng will not acknowledge a son like you anymore." That celestial king was completely enraged by the insults. It was as if he was shooting fire out of his eyes. He yelled and attacked even more vigorously. While his attacks had become more aggressive with rage, they were no longer as fluid as before. If the old Ginseng had had a lower cultivation level than him, then he would have been able to win through this aggressive barrage of attacks. However, with both parties of equal strength, an attack like this would not net him any advantages. Instead, it gave him many openings and made his attacks easy to counter. The reason why the old Ginseng was so talkative was precisely so that it could throw the enemy off balance and make him reveal an opening. Thus, it naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity now. Grabbing the opponent's weakness, it started pounding on him relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures suddenly appeared from the place of enlightenment and descended upon them. Each one of them had the strength of a celestial king. They didn't attack. Instead, they crossed their arms, and coldly watched by the side. If the guard couldn't even beat someone like the old Ginseng, how could he possibly have the gall to remain in the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment? Naturally, if the guard were to be defeated, the others would step in, defeat, and kill the old Ginseng to restore the place of enlightenment's reputation. This was a holy ground. No one had the right to disrespect the prestige of the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment. After several hundred clashes, that celestial king was eventually defeated. He took a massive blow to the chest, and was vomiting blood endlessly. Sigh, it's so lonely to be unbeatable. The old Ginseng was completely beside itself with delight. It looked very much like a person right now, with its tendrils wrapping around one another to form arms and legs. At the moment, it tucked its arms behind its back and shook its head. However, no one was supporting its banter, which made the situation a little awkward. Hey, why isn't anyone clapping? It asked. Paw, paw, paw. The large black dog and the rabbit clapped half-heartedly. They were just here to watch the commotion, and didn't care if things got serious. The old Ginseng was suddenly happy again, puffing its chest out with an arrogant look on its face. Get lost, you pathetic weakling. It waved its hand dismissively at the celestial king. That celestial king had a livid expression on, but when he wanted to stand up for a rematch, someone sent him flying with a kick. It was a third heaven celestial king. He mocked, how embarrassing to not even be able to defeat an anomaly. What's that, brat? Did you grow your mouth on your asshole? The old Ginseng stomped. Don't you know how to say nice words? Whom did you call an anomaly? You're the anomaly here. In fact, your whole face looks like an anomaly. That third heaven celestial king was taken aback. However, his surprise was soon replaced by anger. He had only said one thing, and it was the truth. He thought, you're just a celestial medicine that took on a different form. No, you didn't even take on a different form, just have the vague silhouette of a human being. What are you if not an anomaly? You have a very dirty mouth. He coldly said, and then struck at the old Ginseng with his palm. Against a third heaven celestial king, the old Ginseng would not be able to hold a candle. Save me. The sun is trying to kill his old man. The old Ginseng immediately took off and ran towards Ling Han. The third heaven celestial king was furious. The sun was killing his old man? What a vile Ginseng. Did it bathe its mouth in a sewer or something? He grunted angrily and focused regulations into the form of a sword, and then started slashing at the old Ginseng. Chapter 3026, 3026 Might of Alchemy. 3026 Might of Alchemy. I'll fight you. Chen Ruijing let out a long howl and charged out. Pung. He exchanged a blow with that third heaven celestial king. Instantly, both sides trembled simultaneously and retreated. After so many years, it was naturally impossible for Chen Ruijing's cultivation to remain stagnant, especially when Ling Han had discovered his conscience, and had been continuously guiding his disciples with great care, even giving these disciples many alchemical pills. Thus, Chen Ruijing was already a third heaven celestial king. Currently, among Ling Han's 8 disciples, his cultivation level was at the bottom. Next was Kang Xiuyuan, who was a 4th heaven celestial king, followed by Yun Yongwang, 5th heaven celestial king, and Jiang Yifeng, who ranked the highest, was already a seventh heaven celestial king. Anomaly, come at me if you dare. Once the old Ginseng was out of danger, he immediately became full of vigor once again. This is one of Grandpa Ginseng's nephews. Defeat him first, then Grandpa Ginseng will consider exchanging blows with you. It had always addressed Ling Han as its brother, so Chen Ruijing really was its nephew. It wasn't exaggerating. But who would believe that? You are only in the first heaven, while your nephew is in third heaven. What kind of joke is this? Chen Ruijing was not as despicable as the old Ginseng. He bowed to him and said, I am Chen Ruijing, and would like to seek your guidance. The old Ginseng was displeased, and shouted from the sidelines, don't waste your breath on him. Hurry up and deal with him. Grandpa Ginseng is going to step on his face. Chen Ruijing respected his teacher. Although his cultivation level had long surpassed the old Ginseng's, he had always regarded him as an elder. Thus, he nodded, and said, please wait a moment, Grandpa Ginseng. Was this fellow really the descendant of this despicable Ginseng? Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene practically made their jaws drop. The third heaven celestial king's face was livid. It was bad enough that he was being mocked by a despicable celestial medicine, but now this person in front of him wanted to mock him too. Humph, you want to take me down? Sir, you're too confident, he said coldly as he drew out his celestial tool. It was a long staff, and as he waved it, whang, the veined patterns on it all lit up, emitting an intense oppressive force. Chen Ruijing didn't dare to be negligent. His natural talent in martial arts really wasn't that great, and he was only good at alchemy. Now, he was fortunate enough to become a third heaven celestial king because he followed Ling Han. He raised his hands, and a vermilion alchemical pill appeared in each of his palms. You want to engage me in battle like this? The third heaven celestial king couldn't help but sneer. He had a celestial tool in his hand, and you wanted to use 2 alchemical pills to fight me? You're seeking death. He did not stand on ceremony, and immediately charged over. In any case, he had the backing of the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment. So what if he killed someone? Who would dare to find trouble with him? Master. Jiang Yifeng turned to look at Ling Han. Will senior brother Chen be alright? He knew that with Ling Han holding the fort, Chen Ruijing would definitely be fine even if he lost. However, they were here to challenge the sect and crash the party. If they were defeated instead, how humiliating would that be? Ling Han smiled, and said, it's fine. Although Ruijing's natural talent in martial arts isn't high, his ability in alchemy isn't weak. Just watch. Jiang Yifeng found it strange. Alchemy was only supplementary. Could it be used in battle? Although he was Ling Han's disciple, he was not skilled in alchemy, so he was naturally confused as well. Hong, the third heaven celestial king, approached and thrusted his sword forward, unleashing the mighty power of regulations, and intending to defeat Chen Ruijing with an explosive force. Chen Ruijing raised his hand, and shoo, 2 alchemical pills were thrown out at the same time. Explode, he shouted softly. Boom, the 2 alchemical pills exploded at the same time. Instantly, a terrifying power surged, and 2 black holes actually appeared, sucking everything in that direction. The third heaven celestial king happened to be situated in between the 2 black holes, and under the terrifying suction force between the 2 black holes, his body became frozen on the spot. If there had been only one black hole, he would have been directly sucked in. With his strength being the third heaven celestial king tier, he would be fine even if he was to fall into the black hole. This wasn't the dimensional void, and there were no energy storms. It was just a spatial rift created by a crevice in the dimension. But right now, the 2 black holes were unleashing their might at the same time, forming an equal suction force. It was as if they added a shackle to him, forcibly pulling his hands and feet apart to form the Chinese character, big, which looked like a person. He had to resist with all his might, or he would be torn into pieces. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. A third heaven celestial king had actually been dealt with so easily? What did Chen Ruijing do? He only threw out 2 alchemical pills. Wouldn't this mean that any severing mundane tier or in fact spiritual ocean tier would be capable of trapping a 3rd heaven celestial king, and watch with hilarity while he was stuck? Hiss, this was too terrifying. Ah! The 3rd heaven celestial king let out a furious roar. He was going all out to break free from this unfavorable situation. However, Chen Ruijing didn't give him a chance. He directly threw out another alchemical pill. Pang! The alchemical pill exploded. This time, it didn't form a black hole. Instead, it transformed into an arrow that shot toward that celestial king. Pooh! The arrow was so fast that even the power of the black hole couldn't restrain it, and it pierced a hole through that celestial king's chest. At this moment, the power of the black hole also disappeared, the surrounding space instantly became pacified, and everything returned to normal. That 3rd heaven celestial king fell, already heavily injured to the point of losing his battle prowess. Ha ha ha. The old Ginseng was overjoyed, and he immediately dashed out to step on the celestial king's head. How is it? Grandpa Ginseng's subordinates are powerful, right? You anomaly, you're really a loser. Go eat dirt. It dug up some soil and buried the head of the 3rd heaven celestial king. Damn it. Another celestial king couldn't hold it in any longer, and directly attacked. Xiao, the power of regulations transformed into a long spear that shot directly towards the old Ginseng. This was a 4th heaven celestial king. His attack was too fast, and the old Ginseng had no time to dodge at all. He could only watch helplessly as this attack came at him. Pang! A person suddenly stood in front of the old Ginseng and blocked the attack. With a press of his left hand, a light shield was formed. As the spear struck the light shield, an explosion ensued emitting boundless brilliance. Cracks appeared on the light shield, but the spear was shattered. Nephew, thank you. The old Ginseng heaved a sigh of relief. It naturally knew that with Ling Han holding the fort, it would definitely be fine. However, seeing such a terrifying attack with its own eyes, how could its heart not beat faster? The person who saved him was Kang Xiuyuan. Kang Xiuyuan nodded, and said, Grandpa Ginseng, you're being too courteous. Nephew, this bastard actually sneak-attacked Grandpa Ginseng. Beat him up for Grandpa Ginseng. The old Ginseng pointed at the 4th heaven celestial king who had just attacked. Rest assured, Grandpa Ginseng, Kang Xiuyuan replied. Then, he cupped his fists at the 4th heaven celestial king, and said, I'm Kang Xiuyuan, and I would like to seek your guidance. That 4th heaven celestial king hesitated. Just now, Chen Ruijing had also said that he wanted to ask for guidance. In the end, his companion was instantly defeated, and was still buried in the ground to eat dirt. Could this guy also be just as weird? However, everyone was looking at him. If he was to back down, would he still have the face to survive in the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment in the future? He walked out slowly, and said, My name is Dang Shen. Pay. The old Ginseng immediately spat. Nephew, this bastard actually dared to pretend to be Grandpa Ginseng's relative. Hurry up and beat him up. Chapter 3027, 3027 Despicable Ginseng. 3027 Despicable Ginseng. The 4th heaven celestial king's face turned livid. He had to be an idiot to want to pretend to be the old Ginseng's relative. However, his surname was indeed Dang, and his first name was Shen. In front of everyone, could he change his surname and first name? Could he be so shameless? Damn it, he had unexpectedly crossed paths with this despicable Ginseng. You'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll definitely stew you, he said viciously to the old Ginseng. The old Ginseng stretched out a few ginseng roots and made a disdainful expression. You go eat shit. Ling Han was also extremely speechless. At his level, there was actually such a farce. However, it didn't matter. In any case, they were here to crash the party, so he'd let it mess around as it liked. Ling Han said to the large black dog, "You've led another one astray. Pay." The large black dog jumped up, pointed at Ling Han, and said, "Little Han, don't slander Grandpa Dog. That old Ginseng is clearly a crook, extremely devious." Did Grandpa Dog still need to lead it astray? Ling Han sighed. Even the large black dog was busy trying to distance himself from the old Ginseng. It could be seen to what extent the old Ginseng had infuriated both humans and gods. When Dangshan attacked, he was filled with pent-up anger. He wanted to defeat Kang Xiuyuan, drag the old Ginseng out, and use the cruelest torture in the world to torment him. Then, as the final step, he would stew it to make soup and drink up the entire concoction. "Brother Dang, you must put more effort and take down this despicable Ginseng. Fight for our place of enlightenment. Damn, this demonic Ginseng is too despicable." All the celestial kings in the place of enlightenment were also enraged. The despicableness of the old Ginseng had successfully provoked everyone's anger. There was no lack of ninth heaven celestial kings here. When every one of them exerted their auras over, it made the old Ginseng's skin to feel as if it had been sliced by a knife, causing it great agony. It became scared and retreated repeatedly. Then, it hugged the large black dog's leg and became arrogant again. "What are you all shouting about? If you have the ability, come fight my Grandpa Dog." The large black dog hurriedly kicked his leg. "Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Don't hug Grandpa Dog's noble thigh. No, Grandpa Dog, your thigh is too thick. Let little Ginseng hug it for a while longer." The old Ginseng was shameless to the core. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could there be such a despicable existence? Its despicableness simply shot through the roof, breaking records. Dangshan repeatedly attacked Kang Xiuyuan. Kang Xiuyuan was also an alchemist. With a flick of his index finger, a vermilion pill flew out. It trembled with a violent force and immediately exploded. Having learned a lesson from his predecessor, Dangshan naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. He was already prepared, and immediately flew up to avoid the area of the explosion. However, this alchemical pill didn't detonate into a black hole. Instead, it transformed into a huge mud puddle, causing Dangshan's body to immediately slow down. The regulations turned into visible threads that continuously bound Dangshan. Kang Xiuyuan attacked. He wasn't affected at all, and naturally gained the upper hand. Ling Han nodded. Although his two disciples' natural talent in martial arts wasn't that great, they were quite accomplished in alchemy. Not to mention Shen Ruijing's black hole alchemical pills, Kang Xiuyuan's mud alchemical pills were also very useful. Both of them had incorporated regulations into their alchemical pills and walked their own unique paths. Of course, both of them had sought guidance from Ling Han and received crucial pointers, but they were still worthy of praise. Everyone could clearly see that Kang Xiuyuan's battle prowess wasn't very high, and he could only be ranked as average or below average among his peers. In fact, he might even be ranked slightly lower than average. But who asked Dangshan's strength to be weakened? After barely holding on for a few dozen moves, Dangshan was completely defeated, and the old Ginseng pointed a finger at his face to show off. Who else? The old Ginseng had such an arrogant look on his face that it made people want to hit it. Bring it on. If Grandpa Ginseng says the word afraid, just treat me as your father, and I won't be your grandfather anymore. Fuck. With just one sentence from him, everyone became so infuriated that they wanted nothing more than to rush forward and hack the old Ginseng into 1,000 pieces. What? Not willing to admit defeat? So what if you're not willing to admit defeat? The old Ginseng jumped more and more as he pointed at the crowd. It's not that Grandpa Ginseng looks down on all of you, but you all are just a bunch of trash. Boom. All the celestial kings were infuriated, and their fury became solidified. The large black dog smirked evilly, and suddenly kicked the old Ginseng. Pa! The old Ginseng was flung away, and he fell right in front of the celestial kings. The old Ginseng crawled to its feet. When it raised its head, all it saw was the Celestial King's murderously furious expressions. It instantly squeezed out a flattering smile, and suddenly jumped up, pointing at Ling Han and the others. Trash. You trash actually dare to threaten Grandpa Ginseng and speak ill of these lords behind me. Now that I've obtained my freedom, I don't need to be threatened by you anymore. The old Ginseng turned around and bowed to the Celestial Kings. Greetings from little Ginseng, my lords. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could there be such a shameless guy? I'm going to kill it. One of the Celestial Kings couldn't hold back any longer, and he swung his fist toward the old Ginseng. Save me. The old Ginseng hurriedly burrowed into the ground. Before he had obtained his abilities, he was already adept at escaping. Now that he had advanced into the Celestial King tier, his battle prowess was still mediocre, and he was at the bottom of the first heaven, but his ability to escape had greatly improved accordingly. It was truly quite extraordinary. It dug itself into the soil, and when it came out again, it was already by Ling Han's side. Come on, you guys come and get me. The old Ginseng started jumping around again. Bastard. At least a dozen Celestial Kings rushed out at the same time. I'll do it. Yin Yongwang jumped out and swept out with his palm, attacking those Celestial Kings simultaneously. Pang, pang, pang. The energy of his palm was incomparably intense, and he sent those Celestial Kings flying with a single strike. So powerful, a Celestial King exclaimed in shock. They were both at fifth heaven, but Yin Yongwang was unbelievably powerful. Among those Celestial Kings, at least 4 of them were at fifth heaven Celestial King tier. However, even with so many of them joining forces, they were still no match against him. This group of people were all very powerful. Each of them had the strength to crush their peers. No wonder they dared to come and crash the party. However, so what if they were more powerful? This was an ultimate elite's place of enlightenment. If they really provoked heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains, no matter how many people were to come, or who had come, only death awaited them. Yin Yongwang was full of confidence as he waved his hand. I'm Yin Yongwang. Please provide guidance. He had cultivated the 9 transformations divine scroll and the indestructible heaven scroll, and was adept at both offense and defense, so he was naturally impressive and awesome to the extreme. In the past, Ling Han had been unable to teach them the heavenly venerate technique, but now it was not a big deal. Furthermore, so much time had passed, and thus disciples like Yin Yongwang, Jiang Yefeng and the others, who were proficient in martial arts, naturally had all grasped it. Yin Yongwang let out a long howl and took the initiative to attack. Pang, pang, pang. His entire body emitted a faint golden light, and he seemed to be invincible. As he channeled the 9 transformations divine scroll, his strength increased by more than 100 times, far exceeding the level of fifth heaven. Bodies were sent flying one after another. There was not a single one capable of being his match, and even Celestial Kings of the same cultivation level could only be sent flying with a single strike from him. In just a period of a few breaths, no one could stand in front of Yin Yongwang anymore. Good battle. He cupped his fists. At least you have some ability. No wonder you dare to cause trouble. A 7th heaven Celestial King walked out. However, don't forget that this is Lord Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment. Let me, Lan Ruoping, deal with you. Chapter 3028, 3028 Overwhelming Victory. 3028 Overwhelming Victory. Jiang Yefeng chuckled and pointed at himself. It's my turn now, right? He was incomparably flamboyant as he clapped, and said, everyone, aren't you going to welcome the most handsome man in history with a warm applause? You don't seem very happy. Jiang Yefeng looked at Lan Ruoping. Sigh, seeing such a handsome man, you're actually not surprised at all. I'm really disappointed. Lan Ruoping looked at him coldly, and said, cut the crap and make your move. He was extremely conceited. He clearly knew that Yin Yongwang and the others had the ability to crush their peers, but he was still full of confidence in himself. Sigh, you're really such a bore, Jiang Yifeng said with a smile. He shook his head. Why don't we sit down, drink some tea, and have a chat? Lan Ruoping was taken aback. He didn't expect that it wasn't just the ginseng and dog demons who had such despicable mouths. This human being was actually the same. He charged over. Die. Boom, he summoned an ancient mirror. It floated above his head, emitting terrifying light. Jiang Yifeng was fearless, and took initiative to charge forward. Boom. 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 The two of them clashed with all their might. Lan Ruoping was extremely conceited as he indeed possessed true ability. His battle prowess was incomparably astonishing, and he might have reached the heights of the eighth heaven. This was because he possessed extremely strong natural talent in martial arts, which allowed his battle prowess to almost reach the next cultivation level. Jiang Yifeng, on the other hand, was different. Originally, he might not even have been able to reach the heavenly body tier, but now he had reached the level of seventh heaven. His potential had long since been exhausted. It was only because of Ling Han that he was able to break through his limits again and again. However, he had cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll and the 9 Transformations Divine Scroll, and thus both his battle prowess and defense far surpassed those of his peers. Therefore, his battle prowess was not at all inferior to Lan Ruoping's. However, Jiang Yifeng also had an advantage in terms of defense. His physical body was indestructible, which wasn't something that Lan Ruoping could break through at all. This allowed Jiang Yifeng to be invincible. He could do whatever he wanted, and all he needed to do was focus on attacking. The more Lan Ruoping fought, the more sullen he felt. He was clearly more outstanding than Jiang Yifeng, but because Jiang Yifeng had cultivated some kind of secret technique, his battle prowess had been amplified by more than 100 times, which was enough to let him compete against him. Moreover, Jiang Yifeng's defense was almost invincible under the protection of another secret technique. Even after more than 10 attacks, he could only open a small wound on his opponent's body. How could he severely injure his opponent like this? Such a battle was too unfair. Lan Ruoping was filled with resentment. The other party definitely had a powerful master who was able to teach him such a wonderful technique. Hence, he was extremely unwilling to accept such fate. But so what? No matter how unwilling he was, it couldn't possibly increase his battle prowess. It would only cause him to be affected by his emotions, which would in turn weaken his battle prowess. The scales of victory kept tilting in Jiang Yifeng's favor, and it would only be a matter of time before Lan Ruoping suffered defeat. Sure enough, after another several hundred moves, Lan Ruoping was struck by Jiang Yifeng's punch. He vomited blood continuously and was defeated. He had made a bold claim earlier, but now that he had been defeated by Jiang Yifeng of the same cultivation level, he naturally couldn't live down this humiliation. He immediately turned around and left, not returning to the place of enlightenment. It was just that no one knew if he was putting on an act, or if he would really never come back again. Jiang Yifeng chuckled and bowed to everyone. Good battle, thanks for the win. I'm indeed the most handsome, making other people feel inferior and ashamed. Humph, you guys are really bold, a ninth heaven celestial king spoke up. He looked extremely young, and his flame of life had only burned for tens of billions of years at most, yet he had already advanced into the ninth heaven. His rate of advancement could be said to progress at breakneck speed. You must have gone mad trying to be famous, to even dare to cause trouble and heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains' place of enlightenment. This young ninth heaven celestial king walked out in large strides. Boom, he clearly didn't use any power, but with a single step, the heavens and earth shook, as if even the heavens were afraid of him. Ding Ping walked out, and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "I'm Shi Yuan," the ninth heaven celestial king said. "My father is Heavenly Venerate Flawless." Heavenly Venerate Flawless? Ding Ping nodded, and immediately recalled that Heavenly Venerate Flawless was a third-tier Heavenly Venerate elite. No wonder he could nurture such a young, ninth heaven celestial king. However, it was clear that Shi Yuan was unlikely to advance into the Heavenly Venerable tier, which was why he had come here, hoping that the 7th-tier ultimate elite could help him take this incomparably crucial step. Only after becoming a heavenly venerate could one truly be considered one of the strongest in the world. All of you ought to be descendants of heavenly venerates, right? Shi Yuan continued. When these words were spoken, it instantly caused the nearby celestial kings to let out an "oh" in unison, appearing to be extremely shocked. Most of the people here didn't have heavenly venerable tier backgrounds, so even a first-tier heavenly venerate was someone they had to look up to. They were merely apprentices of the place of enlightenment, and not even the personal disciples of heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains, so how could they dare to casually offend a heavenly venerate? So what if we are or aren't? Ding Ping said indifferently. Actually, this doesn't have much to do with anything. Shi Yuan still looked very arrogant. It's just that to my observation, all of you seem to have grasped heavenly venerate techniques, so I just wanted to get a confirmation. He clenched his fists and shook them lightly. Instantly, a dazzling light surged. In front of me, all of your backgrounds are useless, he said proudly. Then let's battle. Ding Ping's fighting spirit was also raging. In front of his master, he couldn't let his morale fall. Boom! Shi Yuan charged over. He threw a punch, and supreme regulations wrapped around his fist. Under the level of regulations, the strike was unmatched. Ding Ping was unafraid, and he also brandished his fist to meet the attack. Pung! 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 The two of them continued to exchange blows, both of them filled with confidence in their own strength, wanting to defeat the other party head-on. Master, senior brother Ding wouldn't lose, right? Asked Jiuyao from the side. The battle situation was extremely intense now, and he couldn't see who had gained the upper hand. Don't worry, the large black dog said quickly. Little Ping is naturally blessed with pure brute force. Being on the same cultivation level, and yet trying to compete with him in strength? Moreover, he has cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, so he's most suitable for such a tough head-on battle. That Yuan, or whatever his name, is just putting on a brave front. Grandpa Dog assures you that he definitely won't be able to last more than 100 moves. Jiuyao nodded. The large black dog was a second-tier heavenly venerate, so how could he be wrong? As expected, Shi Yuan retreated in a miserable state after only 80 moves, his face flushed red. His arms hung down in a very strange form. That was because the bones in his arms had already been completely shattered. It was just that he had previously insisted on saving face, and forcefully used his source power to condense the broken bones, thinking that Ding Ping was the same as him. Now, he finally couldn't hold on any longer, and was immediately defeated. Ding Ping was very polite. He cupped his fists and said, "Good battle." The old Ginseng jumped out to mock them again. Is there anyone who can fight? Is there still anyone who can fight? All the celestial kings remained silent. Ding Ping was too powerful, and those below the 9th heaven celestial king tier were naturally no match for him. Moreover, even for a 9th heaven celestial king tier elite, who could guarantee that he would be a match for Ding Ping? The old Ginseng laughed heartily. What bullsh** T heavenly venerate, raising a bunch of useless trash. Hurry up and tear down the signboard. Chapter 3029, 3029 Taking Down the Sign. 3029 Taking Down the Sign. Even in a street brawl, it was an unspoken rule not to hit the face. The signboard was like the face of their place of enlightenment. If it got taken down, then even if they managed to win the fight, how would the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment continue operating? No one would be able to endure such humiliation. As such, the celestial kings were completely enraged. Chen Ruijing and the others looked at Ling Han. The latter gave them a nod, and said, "Take it down." He didn't have to hold back against heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains. On the contrary, the more he could piss him off, the better. Yes, master, his disciples acknowledged the command. They quickly flew out towards the place of enlightenment. Stop, the celestial kings yelled. If they did let someone take down their signboard, how would they be able to show their face from now on? Ning Haixin casually pressed down. A first-tier heavenly venerate's strength was tremendous. Under the immense pressure, the celestial kings felt their chests tightening and their movements being completely sealed. Haha. Uncle Rabbit is here. The rabbit rushed forward quickly and said, "Let's see who can take down the signboard first." "You're on." The old Ginseng accepted the challenge. Ao, ao, ao. The stone golem tucked in its limbs, and formed a massive ball of rock, rolling forwards. The sheer weight of its body created many deep crevices in earth along its path. It almost seemed like a small river. Little Qin was also soaring through the sky like a bolt of lightning. The large black dog cracked his neck, and said, "How childish. What's so fun in that?" He only had a condescending look for a quick second before lunging forward at full speed, and saying, "Grandpa Dog is number one." Whoosh. He was a second tier, so even if he moved later than the others, he still got to it before them. In a quick flash, he was right underneath the place of enlightenment. He then leaped upwards, biting on the signboard and tearing it down. Grandpa Dog is so cool. Grandpa Dog is so awesome. Grandpa Dog has a big chest. The rabbit, old Ginseng, and Stoneman spoke respectively. Can it with the big chest? Do you even know how to compliment someone? The large black dog kicked the rock golem, causing it to roll back from whence it came. The old Ginseng took the signboard. It was a gold plaque inscribed with the words, "Shatter Mountain's Place of Enlightenment." There definitely was an impressive stature to it. "You little brats, the signboard is in your Grandpa Ginseng's hands. Try and take it from me if you can," it taunted the celestial kings. Even though the celestial kings were furious, they couldn't move a finger. Under the suppression of a heavenly venerate, it would be surprising if they could. After all, not everyone was like Ling Han. The large black dog took the signboard, and had a self-absorbed look on his face. There was no blaming him. Previously, he was suppressed by the 5 ultimate elites. The large black dog was caught and imprisoned for a long time. Naturally, he had a bit of resentment. Ling Han smiled. "The signboard is in my hands now. I'll be in Fenglai in the next few days. If you want it back, you're more than welcome to come for me." He was intentionally hiding his identity. As such, the celestial kings could only hear the message, but not the identity of who sent it. "Let's go." Ling Han turned around and left. Shatter Mountains wasn't here. It was pointless to dally any longer. After all, they already took the signboard down. This was like a slap in the face to Shatter Mountains. So much for a place of enlightenment. Not a single one of them was capable of putting up a fight, the old Ginseng intentionally said loudly. "Sigh, it's so lonely being unbeatable. Challenge us if you dare, puny rabbit bastards." The stoneman had also taken up some bad habits. Paw. It immediately got kicked in the face by the rabbit. "What did you do that for?" the rock golem said begrudgingly with a confused expression. The rabbit stomped its foot and said, "You're the rabbit bastard." "Oh." The stoneman quickly understood that it had used a word that was taboo for the rabbit. It quickly rephrased, "You dog bastards." Paw. This time it got kicked out by the large black dog. What an idiot. You can't say a single thing right. The old Ginseng was enjoying the situation. Up in the sky, little Qing flew even higher, looking at the rest of them condescendingly. It was too embarrassed to call these guys its teammates. The way they were arguing clearly had no respect for the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment. The celestial kings were utterly enraged, and wanted to fight them right away. But what could they do? They could only watch as Ling Han and the others left. "Everyone, are we just going to sit here?" someone asked. "What else can we do? There's definitely a heavenly venerate among them. Even if we all joined forces, we'd only be marching to our deaths. That's strange. Since they're a heavenly venerate, they should be aware of how strong Lord Shatter Mountains is. Why would they still choose to provoke us? Why don't we ask help from a heavenly venerate as well? If we can take back the signboard, we can still save some face. Humph, do you think a heavenly venerate is going to come just because you asked? I happen to be acquainted with a heavenly venerate. If we ask for a favor in Lord Shatter Mountain's name, I believe he will be willing to lend a hand. That's right. Even though we might not be influential enough to ask for a favor, Lord Shatter Mountains definitely is. Let's go. Ling Han and the others went straight back, but didn't meet up with the women. Instead, they stopped by a nearby town. There was an inn here, which was the Feng Lai Inn that Ling Han had mentioned. They all stayed in the inn. Given that everyone was a big eater, they ordered many delicious dishes, and began their feast. When do you guys think Shatter Mountains will come? The old Ginseng asked as it drank a flagon of wine. It didn't drink with its mouth, but rather it extended its ginseng roots into the flagon, and absorbed its contents directly with its tendrils. I don't think he'll be able to tolerate such humiliation. He should be here soon, the large black dog opined. Not necessarily. Ding Ping shook his head. They might not report this incident to their superiors. If I'm guessing correctly, they will want to take matters into their own hands. What can a few loser celestial kings like them do? The old Ginseng said with contempt. It seemed to have forgotten that it was also a celestial king. They might be able to ask a heavenly venerate for help, Jiuyao said. Yeah. Chen Ruijing, Jiang Yifeng, and the others nodded. Meanwhile, Ling Han was yawning out of boredom. He was training his mental strength in the earthly realm in hopes of breaking through to the 6th tier sooner. He wasn't too concerned about what the celestial kings were planning. Either way, Shatter Mountains would eventually show up before him. The longer he waited, the more exhilarating it would be to finally do battle. He might just use that as a catalyst for his breakthrough. Everyone drank to their heart's content and got intoxicated. A normal wine would naturally not have such an effect, but Ling Han had used a celestial king great herb as an ingredient to create this celestial wine. As such, it was more than capable of getting celestial kings drunk as well. The only ones still sober were the large black dog and Ning Haixin. The large black dog had been slowly sipping the alcohol, whereas Ning Haixin simply stood quietly behind Ling Han, and obediently served her master. Her initial intent had not changed after all this time. It was the same from when she was at the Severing Mundane until now, despite having risen to a 1st tier. In less than half a day's time, a crowd started to gather in front of the inn. Quite a number of them were Celestial King elites. The large black dog immediately stood up and barked, are you guys looking for a fight? Don't be hasty. Ling Han shook his head. Even after rising to heavenly venerable tier, this big dog was still so impatient and easily agitated. Master, we wish to become your disciples. A voice echoed from outside. Chapter 30 3030 Cursing. 3030 Cursing. They wanted to take him as their master? The large black dog was instantly amused. He cleared his throat and said, you all want to acknowledge me as your master? It deliberately pretended to be serious, and the aura of heavenly venerable tier overflowed, reaching up to the sky and descending to the underworld. It was extremely shocking. As expected, when the celestial kings outside sensed this powerful aura, they immediately confirmed that the large black dog was extraordinary. Although they couldn't see the person, they all knelt down. Please show kindness, master. The large black dog chuckled. One can't impart his techniques easily. Why should I impart them to you? The people outside looked at each other. Oh, the master didn't reject them outright. There was a chance. After they knelt down, they didn't get up again. All of them knelt down respectfully to show their sincerity. The large black dog naturally wouldn't stop them. This kind of trickster naturally took pleasure in toying with people. However, these people are really courageous. They clearly know that we've taken down the signboard of Shatter Mountains, yet they still dare to come here and ask to become disciples. The large black dog was in disbelief. Ling Han smiled, and said, "It's precisely because we destroyed Shatter Mountain's signboard that they dared to come over." "You're saying that they think we can stand against Shatter Mountains?" The large black dog was astounded. Who didn't know that 7th tiers were invincible? Even if Ling Han was also a 7th tier, who would dare to be sandwiched in between two 7th tiers as cannon fodder? Taking the risk of offending a 7th tier to cozy up to another 7th tier was extremely unwise. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "They probably don't know the true background of the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment." The large black dog was stunned for a moment before it came to a realization. Not all celestial kings had the qualifications to know about 7th tier ultimate elites. For example, even after Ling Han had advanced into the heavenly venerable tier, he initially hadn't known how many 7th tiers there were in the world, and who they were. In that case, how could the other celestial kings know? They should only know that the place of enlightenment of Shatter Mountains was extremely extraordinary, and that there was a heavenly venerate overseeing it, yet Ling Han and the others dared to cause trouble. What did this mean? At the very least, Ling Han and the others were no weaker than this heavenly venerate from Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment. Thus, they all came over to cozy up to someone powerful. If they could be accepted as disciples by a heavenly venerate, they might have a chance to take that most crucial step into the heavenly venerable tier. Ling Han ignored them. Since these people liked to kneel, he would just let them kneel more. 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days. The old Ginseng and the others had already sobered up, but all of them had a headache. Before reaching heavenly venerable tier, they would be bound by regulations, so it wasn't strange for them to get drunk. When they saw the celestial kings kneeling outside the inn, they were all shocked. What was going on? With every passing day, more and more celestial kings would arrive. They were all people who had come to ask to become disciples. After learning of the situation, they also knelt down indiscriminately, begging either Ling Han or any other heavenly venerate to take them as disciples. Celestial kings wouldn't feel any discomfort even if they knelt for an epoch, let alone a few days. Thus, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to give up in a short period of time. How lucky was it to be able to become a disciple of a heavenly venerate? Furthermore, this was only kneeling. It wasn't like they were venturing into an ancient site. There was no danger to their lives. More than 10 days later, more and more celestial kings had come, and there were even some ascending origin tiers and immortal palace tiers who had come to try their luck. Who knew, perhaps Ling Han would take a fancy to them. Since he had nothing to do, Ling Han used his divine sense to scan these people. With his strength, there was no need for him to show himself at all. He could do it from afar. He wanted to see if he could find any light spots in their minds. Obviously, this was impossible. There should be pitifully few people who possessed light spots. Otherwise, the secret code of life would be too worthless. Ling Han was truly extremely lucky to have met Ning Haixin and unlocked the basics of the 8th type of power. After a few more days, what was supposed to happen finally came. "Audacious maniac, why aren't you begging for mercy?" A voice sounded, as if it had drifted over from afar. Immediately, a few celestial kings who were kneeling around the inn jumped up, and shouted, "How dare you! You actually dare to be disrespectful to Master. Quickly come out and accept your death." Hee, is that so? A moment ago, it had been incomparably far away, but in the blink of an eye, a short old man had appeared on the street. He had his hands crossed behind his back, and his back was slightly arched. He looked ordinary. He looked at the celestial king standing there, and with a wave of his right hand, he said, "Mere celestial kings actually dare to be impudent in front of me." It looked like he was just waving his hand. Pa, 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 pa. Those celestial kings were immediately torn into pieces, turning into bloody bits, and blood instantly flowed all over the ground. Clang! The heaven and earth trembled, and blood rained down. Endless grief filled the air, lamenting the loss of all the celestial kings. The other celestial kings were all shocked. This was too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, 7 celestial kings died without any resistance, and there was even an 8th heaven celestial king among them. This was a heavenly venerate. These celestial kings were all aghast, and some of them were even trembling. They had come to ask to become the disciple of a heavenly venerate, but they didn't have the slightest intention of going against another heavenly venerate. How could such weak people like them be able to resist the might of a heavenly venerate? All of you, get up, the short elder said as he swept his gaze over them, his eyes extremely cold. All the celestial kings didn't dare to disobey. There had to be 10 peak stage 9th heaven celestial kings to match a pseudo-heavenly venerate, and only 10 pseudo-heavenly venerates could match a first tier. In that case, even if this elder was only in the first tier, at least 100 peak stage 9th heaven celestial kings were needed to stand against him. There were indeed quite a few celestial kings here, but how many of them had reached the peak of 9th heaven? If this heavenly venerate wanted to, he could instantly slaughter them all. Throw curses at them, the short old man said calmly. Because of his own self-importance, it was naturally impossible for him to start a war of curses. However, Ling Han and the others had clearly seen him arrive, yet not only did they not come out, they did not even speak, which made him extremely angry. Aren't you guys too disrespectful? No matter what, he was still a first-tier heavenly venerate. All the celestial kings looked at each other. They didn't dare to offend this short old man, but did they dare to offend Ling Han and the others? Both sides were heavenly venerates. They were really regretting it now. If they had known that the matter with the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment had not been resolved, why would they have rushed over? Could it be that this was heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains? You can't open your mouth? The short old man swept his gaze over them with an extremely fierce gaze. All right, I'll help you. He swept his palm over, and the celestial king immediately exploded into a bloody mist. With this ferocious might, how could the others hesitate? Nothing was more important than protecting their own lives. Hey, those people inside, listen up, the Lord wants you to come out. Come out quickly. Don't let this Lord wait. These celestial kings called out, but they didn't dare to say anything foul. Otherwise, if they really offended Ling Han and the others, they would still die. However, no matter how they shouted, no one walked out of the inn. It seemed like they were afraid, but at the same time, they seemed to be disdainful of them. The short elder finally revealed a look of impatience. He was a dignified heavenly venerate, so how could he have the time to waste here? He was ready to make his move. Chapter 30-31, 3031 Kneel. 3031 Kneel. I am Blue Flame, the short elder said. He looked at the inn, and the entire inn trembled under the heavy pressure. He had shown mercy. Otherwise, this inn would have fallen apart with just a thought. Seeing that Ling Han and the others still didn't dare to come out and fight, some celestial kings thought that they had chickened out, knowing that they weren't a match for heavenly venerate Blue Flame. Therefore, they jumped up, and shouted, "Hurry up and come out. Don't let Lord Blue Flame wait too long. This is Lord Blue Flame. The people inside, come out and kneel." Heavenly venerate Blue Flame placed his hands behind his back, revealing a cold smile. He didn't believe that Ling Han and the others would be able to endure being insulted by a group of celestial kings. However, what puzzled him was that no matter how loudly those celestial kings called out, no one came out of the inn. What the hell? Heavenly venerate Blue Flame was very cautious. He was only in the first tier, so he didn't have much of an advantage against other first tiers. Thus, he called for a fight outside, wanting to confirm the identity of his opponent first. There were only a few heavenly venerates in the world, and apart from a few extremely low-key ones, he knew every single one of them, or at least had seen them before. However, the other party did not appear for a long time, which naturally made heavenly venerate Blue Flame suspicious. Could it be that the other party wasn't a heavenly venerate, but a pseudo-heavenly venerate, so he didn't dare to come out and face him? That was very likely. In that case, the other party might be preparing to escape by now. Of course, Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was still a little puzzled. If these people were only pseudo-heavenly venerates, why would they be so daring as to cause trouble at the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment? Could it be that they were foolish enough to go to the extent of inciting the fury of a 7th-tier ultimate elite in order to become famous? It was precisely because of this confusion that he didn't dare to move for a long time. Being able to become a heavenly venerate, how could he not have patience? However, after waiting for half a day, he finally couldn't take it anymore. We can't go on like this, can we? He looked at a celestial king, and said, "You, go in and take a look." Me? That celestial king couldn't help but shiver in fear, thinking to himself, "You big shots are fighting, so what does that have to do with me, a mere minor character?" "Aren't you going?" Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame said calmly. Although his voice wasn't sharp at all, it exuded a terrifying chill. The celestial king didn't dare to say anything else, and he hurriedly walked toward the inn. It wasn't like Blue Flame had not killed anyone before. He didn't want to be slapped to death immediately. In the beginning, he was still striding forward, but as he walked, his speed slowed down, and he seemed hesitant. He wanted to stop, but a cold snort from Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame rang out from behind him, causing him to have no choice but to step forward again and walk into the inn. But there was no more sound from him. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame frowned. Why was there no reaction? What was going on? "You, go in." He pointed at another celestial king. That celestial king was on the verge of tears. The celestial king from before had gone in, and there was no more sound. If the second one went in, it was hard to say if he would survive. He wanted to shake his head, but when he saw Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame's expressionless and cold face, how could he dare to say no? He could only walk forward. 1 step, 2 steps, and he slowly entered the inn. After that, there was nothing else. Fuck, what the hell was going on in there? Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was deep in thought, while all the celestial kings quietly walked backwards, wanting to leave. "Before I speak, whoever dares to leave will have to bear the consequences," Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame said coldly, instantly causing those who had just lifted their feet to put them down again. Who would dare to ignore the threat of a Heavenly Venerate? You, and you, Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame indicated 4 people in one breath. "Go in together." The 4 of them had no choice but to brace themselves and walk towards the inn. After they entered the inn, it was as if they had entered a bottomless pit. There was no more movement. There was no sound, no signs of fighting, and even their aura was gone. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame stared fixedly at that inn. Could this be a tiger's den? "Go together." He waved his hand. Although the celestial kings were unwilling and reluctant, under the tyrannical might of a Heavenly Venerate, they could only listen to orders. They all stepped forward and entered the inn through the doors or windows. Then, just like before, there was no more movement. The surroundings were quiet. It was clearly a sunny day, but it felt like a den of ghosts. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame frowned. What was going on? This was too strange. He really regretted agreeing to make this trip. Was a relation with a 7th tier so easy to establish? He sighed inwardly. He had already made up his mind. Go. He strode forward. Boom. His essence, chi, and spirit instantly rose to their peak. He was already prepared for a great battle. Shio. A black shadow flew out of the inn. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame raised his head to look, and instantly revealed a look of surprise because this was a wine cup. A wine cup. What was the opponent doing? Was he throwing a cup as a signal and planning to gang up on him? Before Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame could finish his thought, the wine cup had already fallen from the sky. He snorted coldly, and was about to shatter the wine cup with a punch. Wang! A terrifying power emanated from the wine cup, as if countless heavenly bodies were pressing down together. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame instantly felt a tremendous weight on his back, and he couldn't help but hunch. Then, his legs couldn't withstand the power of the eternal heavens, and he knelt down. What? He was both shocked and furious. A dignified heavenly venerate actually knelt down in the middle of the street. How could he endure this? However, he was even more terrified. The people inside didn't even appear, and they only threw out a wine cup, yet it was enough to suppress him. What kind of ability was this? The wine cup fell and landed on the top of his head, firmly standing. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was unable to stand up. This wine cup was incomparably heavy, and even if he possessed the unique power of dimension, he was unable to resist it. He could only continue to kneel like this, unable to fall or stand up. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. He sighed in his heart. He was definitely going to suffer this setback. Who asked him to run over dumbly without even investigating the full details? Fortunately, the other party only asked him to kneel, and didn't kill him. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. Right at this moment, a large number of celestial kings walked out of the inn, their faces filled with confusion. When they entered the inn, they stepped into a dark and boundless space. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find the exit. It wasn't until just now that they suddenly saw a ray of light. Then, they walked toward the light, and for some reason walked out just like that. But at the same time, they all gasped. What's going on? Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was actually kneeling at the entrance of the inn. Hiss, hoo-ee. They let out various sounds in shock. Just a moment ago, this guy had still been full of arrogance, as if he had been the #1 elite in the world, but now he actually knelt down just like that? Inconceivable. They were all aghast. They had clearly entered an inn, yet they were completely unaware of the change in space, and a heavenly venerate had even knelt down. This was enough to prove how powerful the people in this inn were. Chapter 3032, 3032 Please leave. 3032 Please leave. Lord is mighty. Immediately, some celestial kings knelt down and shouted toward the inn. My lord, we were also forced, some celestial kings explained. On the other hand, those celestial kings who had cursed earlier were all trembling. Who would have thought that Ling Han and the others would ignore Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame? It wasn't that they were no match for him, but rather that they simply didn't care enough. Just look, Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame definitely wanted to make a move, but in the end, he didn't even have the chance to enter the inn, and directly knelt down. Of course, no matter how pathetic Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was, he wasn't someone they could discuss openly. Scram! Don't let Grandpa Dog see you again. A flashy voice came from the inn. Shio! The wine cup on Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame's head was immediately retracted. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame stood up, bowed in the direction of the inn, and turned to leave. He naturally didn't have the face to stay here any longer, and he had to thank the other party for sparing his life. How could he dare to have any thoughts of revenge? The large black dog was very pleased with himself. He was borrowing Ling Han's might as an intimidation tactic. Although he was in the second tier, and his strength was far above that of Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame, it was impossible for him to suppress the other party with just a wine cup. This was something that only Ling Han could do. Supreme Master. All the celestial kings knelt down again with fanatical expressions. This was too awesome. If they could become the disciple of such a heavenly venerate, their future would be limitless. Inside the inn. Master's judgment is still accurate. That old fellow Shatter Mountains really didn't appear, Ding Ping said. Stop sucking up. Are you saying that Grandpa Dog's judgment is incorrect? The large black dog said angrily, kicking Ding Ping aside. Next, Shatter Mountains should appear, right? Ling Han shook his head. Not necessarily. Still not necessarily? The large black dog's eyes widened. How long will Shatter Mountains tolerate his pride being torn apart? Ling Han smiled and said, Shatter Mountains probably still doesn't know about this matter, and this time, the one that returned in defeat is only a first tier. Therefore, a third tier or fourth tier might appear next. After that, Shatter Mountains should receive the news. Sigh, so that means we still have to wait a little longer if Grandpa Dog wants to watch a good show? The large black dog immediately looked disappointed. Even if Shatter Mountains was here now, you wouldn't possibly be able to watch the show from the sidelines either, Ling Han said. When a battle broke out between two people with 7th tier battle prowess, the aftershocks might kill a 6th tier, so there was basically no one that could watch. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed quietly, and almost 3 months later, as Ling Han had expected, another heavenly venerate arrived. However, it was not Shatter Mountains, but a 3rd tier. Fuck, you really hit the nail on the head. The large black dog was extremely displeased. Previously, he had not refuted Ling Han, but he had still been looking forward to the arrival of Shatter Mountains in his heart. But in the end? Sigh. My name is 3 Arrows. May I know who is the friend here? This 3rd tier was very polite, and he bowed in the direction of the inn. Unfortunately, Ling Han merely sipped his wine, and without instructions from Ling Han, how could Ning Haixin and the others possibly answer? The large black dog was displeased, and naturally couldn't be bothered to reply. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows waited for a moment, and seeing that no one responded, he couldn't help but reveal a displeased expression. He was a 3rd tier, and this could already be considered to be in the middle ranks of Heavenly Venerable tier, but the other party wasn't even willing to answer him? This was too pretentious. My friend, it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive, he added. Because he didn't know the depth of Ling Han and the others, he still maintained his politeness and focused on resolving the matter. You have to know that Lord Shatter Mountains is a 7th tier ultimate elite, which is the most powerful power in the world. He is unrivaled. What? Shatter Mountains was a 7th tier? Upon hearing this, all the celestial kings kneeling nearby trembled. Oh no, they were actually still paying respects to Ling Han. Wasn't this publicly making an enemy out of a 7th tier ultimate elite? Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows paused for a moment. Seeing that there was still no sound coming from the inn, he could only continue. Right now, Lord Shatter Mountains has yet to receive the news, so if my friend sends the signboard back and offers some compensation, it is not impossible that this matter can be resolved peacefully. He stopped and waited for a response from the inn. However, it was still silent. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows was increasingly dissatisfied. He had already said so much, so why didn't he receive any response? He was a 3rd tier Heavenly Venerate, 3rd tier. 3 Arrows took a step forward. Hong, his aura surged. He would be polite before resorting to force. Since persuasion was ineffective, he could only go to war. In the inn, Ling Han turned to Ning Haixin and said, Haixin, go and make him leave. Yes, Master, Ning Haixin said respectfully. Master, junior sister Ning is only a 1st tier, so she shouldn't be a match for that person, Ding Ping hurriedly said. Yeah, you should do it yourself, the large black dog chimed in. A 1st tier versus a 3rd tier, that was simply sending her to her death. Ning Haixin was not Ling Han, and her ability to fight someone of the same cultivation level could only be considered average. Ling Han smiled, and said, it's fine. Ning Haixin moved and appeared outside the inn. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows immediately stopped in his tracks. He was filled with fear towards Ling Han and the others, but after he swept his gaze over, he discovered that Ning Haixin was only in the 1st tier, and he instantly cursed himself in his heart. Why did he have to make such a fuss? Sir, please leave, Ning Haixin said evenly, neither humble nor haughty. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows immediately wanted to fly into a rage. Just a mere 1st tier, and she wanted to send him away? But as he looked at Ning Haixin, his anger slowly dissipated. That's not appropriate, right? I am also here by someone's request, Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows said. His tone wasn't rejecting at all, but rather expressing feelings of conflict. Then let me make a request of you as well, leave now, Ning Haixin said calmly. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows hesitated. Logically speaking, he shouldn't leave just like this. After all, he had accepted the earnest request of another and even been rewarded, but the words of this woman before him were incomparably moving to his heart, causing him to unconsciously want to obey her. There was a voice in his heart that told him not to obey, but he couldn't do it. All right. He nodded and left easily. Fuck, that's it? In the inn, everyone was so shocked that their scalp went numb. Ling Han was very amazing, and could fight someone 2 cultivation levels above him. He could be called a god of war. And Ning Haixin? Her battle prowess could only be described as mediocre, but it was enough to make someone who was 2 cultivation levels above her obey her orders. To subdue an enemy without a fight, this was not inferior to Ling Han at all. I say, little Han, this disciple of yours is quite powerful. The large black dog's eyes were wide open, and he was still in a daze. Yes, she's almost catching up to Grandpa Dog. He was flattering himself. Ling Han smiled slightly. Up until now, he still hadn't figured out how Ning Haixin's affinity came about and how it affected people. However, after many years of research, he was still able to teach Ning Haixin to actively channel this ability. Similar to Ling Han, who could fight someone 2 cultivation levels higher than him in Heavenly Venerable tier, Ning Haixin could affect Heavenly Venerates who were 2 levels higher than herself at most. Those with that dot of light in their minds seemed to be incomparably extraordinary. Chapter 3033, 3033 Shatter Mountains arrives. 3033 Shatter Mountains arrives. With this as a reference, Ling Han might be able to discover more people with light spots. The problem was that Ning Haixin had been extremely ordinary in the beginning. If not for Ling Han appearing, perhaps she would have died of depression long ago. How could she have had the chance to advance to the Heavenly Venerable tier? Furthermore, Celestial Kings in ascending origin tiers could stand against someone 2 cultivation levels higher than them. This wasn't too rare. There were plenty of prodigies who could do this. Ling Han could only choose among Heavenly Venerates, but so far, there was only him and Fong Wooding. Fong Wooding was also like this? Unfortunately, he was already dead, and his spirit had been shattered. It was useless even if Ling Han dug out his grave. Ling Han felt that it was a pity. If he could obtain even more secret codes of life, his strength would definitely advance further. This was because while the strength and level of a dimension were important, they also depended on the living beings in it. Why was it that the living beings of a certain dimension had to be destroyed first in a realm war? That was the logic. Forget it, I'll think of something in the future. Ling Han thought that perhaps his divine sense would become even stronger when he advanced to the 6th tier or 7th tier. With a single sweep, he would be able to encompass all the living beings in the entire dimension, easily accomplishing a full scan. Next, Shatter Mountains should personally take action, right? Ling Han sent Ning Haixin, the large black dog, and the others off, and waited alone for the arrival of Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. This time, he was going to have a good fight with Shatter Mountains. With the explosive power of his 6th grade seals, he could suppress the other party for at least 2 hours. Although it was a very short period of time, and it was impossible to kill him in such a short time, it was still a very satisfying thing. He would collect some interest first. One day, he would suppress all 5 of those old thieves. This time, it took a little too long. Only after a full 30 years did a powerful aura assail Ling Han. Peng, the entire inn instantly exploded and turned into ashes. Even if Ling Han had already made his move, there was still no way to stop this. The power of the 7th tier was too strong. Fortunately, the people in the inn had long since been driven out by Ling Han, and this did not cause any casualties among innocents. Ling Han stood proudly in the sky, and calmly said, "Shatter Mountains, old thief, I've been waiting for you for a long time." As expected, it's you, Junior. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains also stood in the sky, emitting an aura of dominance over the world, and causing even the heavens to lower their heads. He looked at Ling Han levelly, and his heart was actually filled with emotion. This young man had only cultivated for a few years, and was already about to be on equal footing with him. This filled him with jealousy. You dare to cause trouble in my place of enlightenment? Looks like you're tired of living. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, instead of working in the realm battlefield, why have you 5 old geezers run out to establish a place of enlightenment? What does it have to do with you? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said. He didn't make a move, because he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Ling Han's defense without Hysteria's help. How could an existence like him do anything that would have no effect? There is no harm in telling me, right? Ling Han said. Could it be that you're afraid? What a joke, to think that you are trying to goad me, how naive. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain sneered. Ling Han looked at Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, and pondered for a moment before saying, back when the Genesis world was destroyed, it was clearly a mysterious force that sealed those marks of life into your bodies. Why did you hide this matter? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's expression clearly changed, and his eyes exploded with blazing brilliance. How did you know? If you tell me what I want to know, I'll tell you what you want to know, Ling Han said with a smile. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains pondered for a moment, but immediately laughed coldly. Since you don't know the situation clearly, there's nothing that I need to know, either. So what if you know some minor details? It doesn't matter at all. Ling Han was astonished. Where did this old thief get such confidence from? All right then, since you don't want to say it, let's fight. Old thief, I've tolerated you for a long time. This time, I've specially come to beat you up. Ling Han suddenly charged out. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains waved his sleeves in a flourish. I don't have time to waste with you. However, just as he was about to tear open a rip into space and leave, he realized that something was wrong. He had just torn open a rip into space, but now he had entered the void. Of course, this was Ling Han's doing. If he did not send the other party into the void, then after the battle began, the damage they would cause would be too terrifying, and it would cause huge damage to the profound negative realm. Although Ling Han had not gone to the realm battlefield, it was also impossible for him to drag the Genesis world down with him. Brat, scram! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was about to charge out of the void. Fighting with Ling Han was truly meaningless. I said I'd beat you up, so how can I go back on my word? Ling Han laughed loudly, and channeled all his 6th grade seals. Power of Dimension surged madly, and he let out a long howl as he blasted towards Shatter Mountains. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains couldn't even be bothered to parry, and wanted to escape even if he had to take a blow from Ling Han. However, after being struck by Ling Han's attack, his figure instantly flew into the air, and he was forced back an unknown distance in the air. Ling Han caught up, spread out his hands, and then brought them together. Boundless power condensed and materialized, and 2 large hands appeared from the left and right side, ruthlessly slapping towards Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. Pung! The void shook, and Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was forcefully smashed to the point that he was as thin as a piece of paper. The power of the peak stage of 7th tier was amplified by 3,000 times. This was truly too terrifying. However, the indestructibility of 7th tier was not just for show. With a flick of his body, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had returned to his original state. However, the old man's expression had completely changed. His hair was standing on ends, and his eyes were spitting fire. An ultimate elite of the 7th tier was high and mighty, and he was the only one who could decide the life and death of others. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, Old thief, do you feel good? It doesn't matter if you don't, I've prepared many powerful moves for you. Brat, you're courting death. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's brows and beard twitched, and he finally charged towards Ling Han. So what if it would have no effect? He still wanted to beat this bastard up. Pung! Ling Han's right fist went straight in, forcibly penetrating the guard both of his opponent's arms had put up, and then ruthlessly struck Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's face. Then, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was once again sent flying, soaring into the distance at an incomparably high speed. In terms of power, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was inferior to Ling Han, and the difference between them was not just a little bit. Old thief, where do you think you're going? Ling Han gave chase with a big stride, and his fists rained down like a storm, pouring down on Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. Although Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains tried his best to counterattack, the difference in power was truly too great, even if he channeled a first-grade combination seal. Bam! 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 The only thing he could do was get beaten up. His physique could not be damaged, so it was impossible for him to be injured no matter how much he was hit. Even if his power was too terrifying, and his body was deformed from being hit, he would definitely recover in the next instant. However, Ling Han had no intention of stopping. Instead, the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Beating up an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, and one at the peak of the 7th tier at that, this feeling could only be described with one word: exhilarating. Just beat him up. Old bastard, how dare you try to kill me? Bang! A punch landed on Shatter Mountain's left cheek. What? So what if you're in the 7th tier? Boom! Another punch landed on Shatter Mountain's right cheek. I'll beat you up, you old bastard. Boom! Another kick landed on Shatter Mountain's balls. Chapter 30-34, 30-34 That's the reason? 30-34 That's the reason? Howl. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually been kicked in the balls. He almost went crazy from anger. How could Ling Han be so impolite? You're an ultimate elite with 7th tier battle prowess. Not to mention 7th tier, even celestial kings shouldn't use such an obscene technique. What other moves do you have? Monkeys stealing peaches? This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Shatter Mountains cried out loudly. He was truly enraged to the extreme. He had never encountered such an opponent before. Ling Han was too unconventional and disgusting. What's the point of putting on such an expression? It's not like they exploded. Ling Han said nonchalantly. Bastardly brat, I'm going to shred your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared. He began to counterattack with all his might. Wang! An ancient and vicissitudinous aura overflowed, and it was incomparably shocking. Ling Han was astounded. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's power had actually increased by several times. This was unbelievable. This was because the number of Heavenly Venerable seals that Shatter Mountains channeled had clearly not changed, and their grade was the same. They were still those first-grade seals. If they were replaced with other seals, his power would only decrease, not increase. However, the current situation was not like that. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's power had increased by several times even though it was supposed to be at its limit. Some kind of secret technique? However, after one had reached 7th tier, was there any secret technique that could increase one's power? Moreover, why did this aura give him a familiar feeling? Before Ling Han could think carefully, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had already launched a powerful counterattack. That's all there is to it. Ling Han said disdainfully. The power of dimension in his body boiled. After comprehending the secret code of life, the lowest level of life had already been born in all of his dimensions. Plants. Although the power of a single plant was insignificant, there were too many of them. After all of them were gathered together, this was a power that couldn't be ignored. Boom! Ling Han threw a punch, clashing head-on with Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, and instantly forming a shock wave of energy. Pang! The energy wave dispersed, and Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was sent flying at a speed faster than the energy wave spreading. In terms of power, Ling Han could already crush his opponent. Old bastard, just see me beat you up. Ling Han chased after him. Aren't you very ruthless? Just go ahead and be ruthless some more. Haven't you always been high and mighty? Fuck, I'll just step on your face. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. What bullsh asterisk T 7th tier? So what if you're in the 7th tier? You can only be trampled by me. Ling Han continuously kicked at Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's face, using so much force that his opponent's face was even deformed. However, his 7th tier physique could not be damaged, so what if his face was deformed? He instantly recovered. However, to Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, this was an enormous humiliation. Brat! Brat! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared furiously. He finally threw everything aside. Wang, 7 dimensions instantly channeled out of his body. What? Ling Han was shocked. No wonder he had felt that the aura emanating from the other party was somewhat familiar. It turned out that this was actually the power of dimension. However, how could Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains possess 7 dimensions? As far as Ling Han knew, other than having one's dantian opened up by a 7th tier, anyone else could only accommodate 1 dimension within their body, and no one was an exception. There were some. For example, Ling Han and Feng Wuding. This should be related to the Genesis world of the last era, or it could be the current era. It was very likely because of the dot of light in his body. Other than the secret code of life, there were also other secrets that he had not been able to crack. However, how did Shatter Mountains manage it then? If he had had 7 dimensions, wouldn't he have channeled them long ago? Hang on. Ling Han's gaze shifted. He discovered that out of these 7 dimensions, only one had reached the level of a high-tier high-level dimension, which was also the limit. Without the opportunity to conquer the heavens and create the earth, it was impossible for a 7th tier to push the dimension in one's body to transcendent level. In that case, a 7th tier would possess the strength of at least 10 7th tiers, so strong that they could crush all eras. However, the problem was that the other 6 dimensions of Shatter Mountains had only reached the low-tier high-level dimension. If Shatter Mountains had already cultivated these 6 additional dimensions, then after cultivating for countless epochs, shouldn't he have long advanced these 6 dimensions to high-tier high-level dimensions? If it was only recently that he had cultivated a new dimension, then there should only be 1 dimension below the level of high-tier high-level dimension. Now, the 6 dimensions were all low-tier high-level dimensions. This meant that Shatter Mountains had to have suddenly formed 6 dimensions not too long ago. How was this possible? Heh, old thief, did you suddenly return from the realm battlefield because you wanted to cultivate these 6 dimensions? Ling Han pointed at them. None of your business. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains shouted loudly, and his hands transformed into axes, slashing madly at Ling Han. With a swing of his arms, even the void seemed to be about to be split into 2, and it was incomparably terrifying. You're asking for a beating. Ling Han threw a punch over. Peng, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was sent flying again. So what if there were 6 more dimensions? These were only low-tier high-level dimensions, which was equivalent to having more than 65th tiers helping out. To a 7th tier, what was this worth? Even if they reached the level of high-tier high-level dimension, that would only be able to advance to the 6th tier, around 60 people with 6th tier battle prowess joining forces, which could just barely match the early stage of the 7th tier. Right now, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was completely unable to compete with Ling Han. Ling Han chased after him, and continued to wave his fists. Let me guess. It's not just you, old bastard, but also Chong Yan and the others, who extremely abruptly returned from the realm battlefield. Could it be that this is the reason? However, if one can comprehend the secret technique to create dimensions, dimensions should still be born one by one. Furthermore, I don't believe that 5 people could have grasped this ability at the same time. Peng, 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 Ling Han's fists rained down, beating Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains until he had no temper at all. Moreover, Ling Han wasn't just using his fists, his feet weren't idle, either, continuously kicking Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's balls. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's expression was incomparably ugly. Firstly, he had been beaten by Ling Han. This was too humiliating, and he was about to explode from anger. Secondly, it was because of Ling Han's guess that his heart couldn't help but palpitate. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "Although the few of you old bastards are already standing at the peak of the world, creating dimensions is still something that you have nothing to do with. Therefore, you definitely didn't comprehend anything, but rather obtained some sort of opportunity." He suddenly came to a halt as a bold guess surfaced in his mind. There were 100 dimensions in Feng Wuding's body. Don't tell me, you all got your dimensions from him. Quang, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's eyes flashed violently, and he opened his mouth to shout. There was the sound of thunder, and he spat out a purple heavenly spear, which slashed towards Ling Han. With a clang, 39 layers of Ling Han's defenses were actually knocked off, causing Ling Han to be slightly shocked. This ultimate move was indeed rather powerful, but unfortunately, it was still not enough to tear through his defenses. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Chapter 3035, 3035 Pleasure of Being Beaten. 3035 Pleasure of Being Beaten. Ling Han highly doubted that Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was able to suddenly comprehend the technique of creating dimensions. There was a great deal of luck involved in that. It was not something that could be achieved through comprehension ability alone. Ling Han, for example, was only able to crack the code of life because he had the mysterious light in his body, which coincidentally resonated with Ning Haixin's. What did Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains have? In addition, how was it possible for all 5 of these old bastards to suddenly experience a boost in their comprehension ability and simultaneously be enlightened on the technique of creating dimensions? How was this possible? As such, the most reasonable explanation was that the 5 of them had used some sort of method to divide the dimensions in Feng Wuding's body among themselves. Feng Wuding had 100 dimensions stored. If the 5 of them split it all equally, that meant that each of them would have 20 each. There was a chance that some dimensions were lost in the process, and they were left with 6 each. It was also possible that they had a falling out, and tried to fight one another for the dimensions, resulting in Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains being able to take only 6. Or maybe he was only able to utilize 6 dimensions in battle for the time being. Old bastard, what are you guys planning? Ling Han said as he punched. Ha ha ha. Even though Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had just been punched, he laughed. Foolish boy. How can you possibly understand the grand scheme of things with your limited foresight? Both you and the light will return to dust and disappear from the world. Ling Han narrowed his eyes, and said, Old bastard, you seem to know quite a few secrets. Humph, don't think you can get anything out of me. That is just wishful thinking. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains said coldly, no longer mentioning anything about the subject. Despite Ling Han's repeated attempts to probe for information, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' long years of experience ensured that he would not fall for such tricks. Ling Han had no choice but to make his own conjectures, and then come up with assumptions based on the changes in Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' expression. Even though he didn't get any worthwhile information, Ling Han was not that invested in it to begin with. He was purely here to give Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains a good beating. What did it matter as long as he was happy? Pang, pang, pang. For an entire hour, Ling Han happily beat up Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, venting all the frustration and anger he had pent up over the years. After an hour, Ling Han finally ceased. With a wave of his hand, he said, We'll stop here for today, old man. We'll pick things up next time. You still want a next time? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared in fury, and charged at Ling Han with all his might. Ling Han lit up all of his 7th grade seals again, bolstering his strength by 2,000 times once more. Pang, pang, pang. As he exchanged blows with Shatter Mountains, Ling Han continued to hold the upper hand as before, but this time he wasn't able to suppress the former so easily. Because of Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' immortal body, Ling Han was not able to suppress him, and thus only had a slight advantage in battle. Old fool, you don't have to send me off. I'll come back to beat you up again. Ling Han punched at Shatter Mountains, sending him flying before turning around and leaving. You damned brat. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains quickly steadied his body and chased after Ling Han. He was furious. There was no one in the world yet who could live after beating him up. Ling Han laughed heartily. With a few steps, he arrived at the opening to the void from before and stepped out. When Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains approached, Ling Han sent him flying backwards with another punch. He then closed the gap into the void. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains would need to spend quite a bit of time to find the exit now. Ling Han then left the area cheerfully. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains could no longer tail him from here. Ling Han then met with the others. When they heard that he had beaten Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains into a pulp, they all cheered with glee. Are we going after Chong Yan and the others next? The large black dog asked excitedly. Ayo. Let's go take their signboards too. The old Ginseng was also very eager. Judging by its looks, how was it possible to think that it had evolved from celestial medicine? Ling Han pondered for a moment, and then said, no, let's not head over to Chong Yan's place for now. I want to stay here and continue beating Shatter Mountains until he is traumatized. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking that Ling Han was a little sadistic. How could you just take action against one person? Aren't you afraid that Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains will start to question his own life from the abuse? As expected, after Ling Han was done charging the energy on his 6th grade seals, he immediately went looking for Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. The old man was in seclusion at a location nearby his place of enlightenment. As such, Ling Han was able to quickly force Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains to show himself after making a mess of his place of enlightenment. He then brought Shatter Mountains into the void, and gave him another beating. Ling Han didn't push Shatter Mountains too hard. After an hour or so, he casually left. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains could not do anything to stop him from leaving. The cycle repeated itself. Ling Han found Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains a total of 7 times, and each time he beat him up until he was satisfied. This actually caused Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains to develop a trauma and start to question his life. Naturally, he could run away. The world was so vast that even a 7th tier's ability to locate someone had its limits. However, his pride wouldn't allow it. He was a highly regarded 7th tier. The only ones who should be running were the people who went up against him. How could he let himself be such a coward? And because he was so prideful, he couldn't avoid getting beaten up by Ling Han so many times. The 8th time. Ling Han appeared. Facing the vengeful gaze from Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, he laughed. Old fool, are you starting to feel good from the physical abuse? I can't believe you didn't run away, and are actually waiting here for me. Sigh, I never thought you had such a fetish, old fool. Don't get so cocky, you little brat. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains bellowed. Once my power of dimension reaches the transcendent level, I will rip you to shreds. Ling Han scoffed. Dream on. Don't go thinking that you will suddenly achieve some monumental breakthrough just because you got a few dimensions from Feng Wooding. Transcendent dimension? That's some imagination you have. Forget it. I can't be bothered to beat up a pervert like you anymore. Today will be the last time. Otherwise, I'll feel disgusted. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was furious. He was the one being beaten up here. How was he the pervert? How was he disgusting? This little brat has such a venomous tongue. Shatter Mountains yelled as he released his full strength, eager to turn the tides for once. However, his hopes were destined to be dashed as he was quickly suppressed by Ling Han and beaten into a pulp like always. After Ling Han was done pummeling Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, he said, Old fool, you don't have to look forward to this anymore. I won't be coming back. No one is looking forward to this, you brat. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains cursed inwardly, but he also felt a faint sense of relief that he would no longer have to suffer Ling Han's physical abuse. Even though his physique was indestructible, he still needed to save face. Just you wait, brat. I'll remember this. I will definitely get you back for it, he said in defiance. He had to show some attitude, otherwise even he would feel bad for himself. If it's next time, things won't be this easy. Ling Han said calmly. After beating up Shatter Mountain several times, his mood greatly improved, and he felt as though even the barrier between cultivation levels grew a little less tight. Perhaps after beating up all 5 of the old bastards, he would be able to break through to the 6th tier. When that happened, his dimensions would be able to ascend to high-tier high-level dimensions, boosting his strength many times. 7th tier? Nothing but a bunch of ants. Old fool, while you still have a few days to live, you should enjoy the little freedom you have left. Because after this, you will only be my prisoner. Ling Han turned around then left as Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains stared at his silhouette from behind. Chapter 3036, 3036 Heading to Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. 3036 Heading to Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains watched as Ling Han's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, his heart filled with mixed feelings. A mere 5th tier could actually make him lose his temper. Then, what would happen when Ling Han reached the 6th tier? In fact, 7th tier? He shook his head, allowing himself to recover from dejection. He was in the 7th tier, an existence that couldn't be killed even if the Genesis world collapsed. How could he be so passive? As long as he evolved the dimensions to the extreme, he would definitely be able to possess even greater strength. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Han. Definitely. Ling Han returned to meet the Empress and the others, and then decided to leave. He couldn't keep fixating on Shatter Mountains. It was not fair. Rain had to be split evenly, right? The group set off for Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. This distance was very long, but Ling Han traveled at full speed. In just over 10 days, they arrived near Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. Their current location was a large city, and Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment was tens of thousands of kilometers outside the city. For celestial kings, they didn't need to walk for long, so it was naturally very close. They rested for a while, and then Ling Han put all of them into the celestial guest residence, and then moved out. This time, he couldn't be bothered to play slowly. In just a few steps, he appeared at the foot of the Chong Yan Place of Enlightenment. He walked up the mountain calmly. Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment didn't have any restricted areas. Anyone could come here, but not many people could reach the top of the mountain. This was because Chong Yan had set up a restriction here. It was impossible to reach the end point without a powerful ability to challenge those above one's level. Ling Han intentionally suppressed his cultivation level to experience this suppressive power. However, Chong Yan had set up such a restriction mainly to test celestial kings, so it couldn't possibly be too powerful. Thus, even if Ling Han suppressed his cultivation level, his physique had been tempered by 4 types of fundamental power, and he also had boundless powers of dimension. This was too powerful. He placed his hands behind his back, and walked towards the top of the mountain. This person is so showy. He even has his arms crossed behind his back. If you posture, you'll be struck by lightning. It won't be long before this guy crawls like a dog. I'll bet with you. This guy can't even crawl. He'll probably just lie on the ground. There were people on the road, and they all spoke up. As long as one could successfully reach the top of the mountain, they would be able to obtain a token. This would free them from the suppression, and they would be able to come and go as they pleased. Therefore, apart from those who wanted to enter the Place of Enlightenment, the others were all calm and collected. Look, who's here? What an extravagance. On the mountain road, many people looked toward the foot of the mountain, and saw a super luxurious carriage speeding toward them. How luxurious. This carriage was actually being pulled by 9 true dragons, which were all 9th heaven celestial kings. Hiss, could it be that the person who came was a heavenly venerate? Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be pulled by 9 true dragons that were in 9th heaven? It wasn't just the steeds. The carriage itself was also incomparably luxurious. Its entire body was made of divine metal, and it naturally had veined patterns that extracted the yin and yang energy and gathered the essence of the 5 elements. It was practically a holy land for cultivation. Regulations manifested, and it was incomparably magnificent. The carriage quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain before coming to a stop. A woman as beautiful as a fairy stepped out of the carriage. There were 9 ribbons of iridescent light surrounding her body, and she was clearly a 9th heaven celestial king. Was this the owner of the carriage? But jaw-droppingly, she walked to the other side of the carriage and respectfully opened the door. "Young master, we're here." "Young master?" Hiss, this woman was actually just a maid. Everyone was shocked. 9 9th heaven true dragons pulling the carriage and a 9th heaven beauty as a maid. What kind of background did this young master have? Under everyone's gazes, a man in white alighted from the carriage. His hair was black and thick, and it was tied up with a jade crown. His face was as beautiful and translucent as jade. Everyone was surprised because this young man only had 7 ribbons of iridescent light wrapped around his body. A 7th heaven celestial king? This wasn't right. No matter how strong a 7th heaven was, he shouldn't be able to make 10 9th heaven elites willingly become his servants, right? He's Yan Wuxia. Yan Wuxia? Who is Yan Wuxia? Could it be that supreme prodigy from the Yan clan? Exactly. Hey, whom are you guys talking about? You're really ignorant. You don't even know about Yan Wuxia? Don't you know about the 3 heavenly venerates in the Yan clan? Hiss, it's actually that Yan clan? That's right. This Yan Wuxia is the most outstanding descendant of the Yan clan. It's said that he has the potential to surpass his master. In the future, he might reach the 3rd tier or even the 4th tier, surpassing his father, uncle, and grandfather. No wonder. Such a person naturally has 9th heaven celestial kings willing to follow him. If he's lucky, he might be able to leap through the dragon gate and advance into the heavenly venerable tier. On the mountain path, many celestial kings were filled with emotion. Although they had also passed the test and entered the place of enlightenment of Chong Yan, what about becoming a heavenly venerate? Perhaps 1 or 2 of them could succeed, but people like Yan Wuxia were destined to become mighty figures in the future. Their lives were so good that it made people jealous. Yan Wuxia had a faint smile on his face. He looked very approachable, but his eyes were filled with incomparable pride, as if he was looking down from above. As far as he was concerned, the people here were all trash. They didn't even have the qualifications to make him take a second look. Yan Wuxia wants to worship the Chong Yan place of enlightenment too? Didn't they say that he would definitely become a heavenly venerate? Fool, even if you're bound to become a heavenly venerate, there's still a difference in the amount of time you would take. Besides, what kind of existence is a heavenly venerate? How can you be bound to become one? If I were to become Lord Chong Yan's disciple, that would truly be certain. Furthermore, I would be able to reach an even higher limit. Amidst everyone's discussions, Yan Wuxia went up the mountain. He didn't let his maidservant follow him, and the 9 dragons had already pulled the carriage away. He climbed the mountain step by step as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. He's really strong. He doesn't show any signs of strain under such pressure. He's a prodigy. I have to admit that. There's another person up there. He's clearly showing off. Compared to Yan Wuxia, the difference is obvious. Everyone sighed with emotion, and naturally thought that Ling Han's relaxed attitude was completely fake. However, Yan Wuxia knew very well how much pressure he himself was under. However, he cared too much about his reputation. He purposely didn't channel his full power to show that he was at ease. Naturally, he could only suffer in silence. He sped up. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain if he continued to idle around like this. That would really be a huge joke. Yan Wuya walked faster and faster, and soon caught up with Ling Han. His gaze turned cold. He had come to become a disciple, but someone actually dared to block his path? Get lost. He brazenly attacked, sweeping towards Ling Han. He intended to smack Ling Han down the mountain. Ling Han smiled faintly, and also returned a palm strike. Peng, Yan Wuya immediately turned into a rolling gourd and rolled all the way down the mountainside. After rolling for an unknown number of times, he finally stopped at the foot of the mountain. His four limbs were spread out as if he spread-eagled. Everyone else. Chapter 3037, 3037 Do you know who this lord is? 3037 Do you know who this lord is? No one could imagine that Yan Wuya, the prized prodigy basking in full glory, would tumble down the mountain so inelegantly in the blink of an eye. What was going on here? Everyone looked at Yan Wuya, and then turned to Ling Han, their gazes moving back and forth between the two. Finally, their eyes were fixed on Ling Han. This guy was too vicious. Who said that he was just showing off? How was this showing off? This was pure skill. He was not pretending in the least, it was really that easy for him. Look how he was able to knock Yan Wuya down the mountain with a simple slap. How hilarious. Yan Wuya was the person who'd instigated it too. It was his just desserts to be knocked down the mountain. Pfft, someone started laughing. This is the Yan clan's greatest prodigy. When it comes to eating dirt, sure. I must admit I am not able to learn such a trick. All these people mocking Yan Wuya had powerful backgrounds, and were not afraid of the Yan clan. Yan Wuya only had himself to blame for showing off earlier, causing all these descendants of heavenly venerates to pale in comparison. It was inevitable that they would seize the opportunity to make fun of him now. Young master. The servant girl who was a ninth heaven hurriedly helped Yan Wuya up. Leave me. Yan Wuya angrily waved his hand and stood up on his own, indicating that he didn't need someone else to help him. Young master, I'll kill him. The ninth heaven servant girl looked at Ling Han with killing intent as the ribbons of iridescent light enveloping her flashed. Humph. Do you think I need you to help? Yan Wuya said coldly. No, young master. The ninth heaven servant girl quickly backed down. Even though her cultivation level was higher than Yan Wuyue's, she didn't dare talk back to him. It was because she was a celestial king that was raised by the Yan clan, so she didn't have any of the confidence or domineering bearing that a ninth heaven celestial king should have. Yan Wuyue stared at Ling Han. I've underestimated you. What he meant was even though he was knocked down the mountain by Ling Han, it wasn't because he was weaker, but because he had misjudged Ling Han's strength. Moreover, the mountain had restrictions placed on it to begin with, and possessed an immense repelling force. Because of that, he was unable to use his strength properly, and fell down the mountain after receiving a blow from Ling Han. In addition, he didn't channel all his strength earlier on to save face. This was also why he was defiant about the results. He said menacingly, "This time, I'll definitely turn you into nothing but a bloody puddle." Ling Han sighed and turned back around, saying, "I was just going on my own path. What does it have to do with you? You attacked me, and I simply acted in self-defense. Yet, you're still not letting me go, declaring that you want to kill me." Everyone nodded in agreement. Ling Han didn't provoke Yan Wuyue at all. The latter was the one who instigated it. Even now, Yan Wuyue was unwilling to let things go. Yan Wuyue simply scoffed. It was Ling Han's fault for making him suffer humiliation to begin with. He said arrogantly, "If you're scared, then get off the mountain, kneel before me, and apologize." Ling Han shook his head. "You're overthinking it. I was just sighing." Then you're dead meat," Yan Wuyue said solemnly. His body flew up as he was ready to strike, but suddenly came to a stop. Wang. A powerful force approached from a distance at incredible speeds. Suddenly, everyone felt an intense pressure. Even ninth heaven celestial kings were no exception, and felt an urge to prostrate themselves. They quickly quelled the feeling. It would be embarrassing to really kneel down in public. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man descended from above. He had a normal appearance, but he stood proudly in the sky, giving off an immense pressure that seemed to bear down on the world. "We humbly greet you, Lord." Suddenly, all the celestial kings from across the entire mountain bowed. This person was a heavenly venerate. It's Yan Wui's father, Yan Shu. He must really care for his son a lot to personally escort him. It looks like that person is going to be in trouble. Whispers could be heard from the crowd, revealing the identity of the middle-aged man who had just arrived. Yan Wui's father, Yan Shu. A second-tier heavenly venerate. Father. Yan Wui quickly greeted his father. Yan Shu nodded back. He was extremely proud of his son, and was sure that the latter would be able to surpass him and become the strongest person in the Yan clan in the future. "Why haven't you started ascending the mountain?" he asked. The rules of Chong Yan's place of enlightenment were that they needed to climb the mountain with their own strength in order to become a disciple. Yan Wui didn't know how to answer, and had an awkward expression on his face. How could he say that he was knocked down the mountain by someone else like a rubber ball? However, his ninth heaven servant girl quickly interjected, "My lord, the young master was ambushed, and was knocked down the mountain just as he ascended halfway up." What? Yan Shu was furious. Who was so bold as to ambush his son, the prized heir of the Yan clan? "I want to see who is so bold as to make a move against my son," he said solemnly. His attitude was the same as Yan Wui. Those who obeyed him lived, and those who went against him suffered his wrath. He didn't care about who was right or wrong. "My lord, it's him." The ninth heaven celestial servant girl pointed at Ling Han. "Which brat pfft?" Yan Shu's eyes nearly popped out when he noticed Ling Han. He desperately wanted to rub his eyes, and hoped that he was mistaken, but he couldn't move a single muscle in his arms. It was because a cold and powerful pressure was pressing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. It was the bringer of calamity. Ling Han was definitely the number one bringer of calamity in the world. None who provoked him had a good ending. This held true even for someone as powerful as Feng Wuding, who was proclaimed to be the son of destiny from the Genesis world of the last era and managed to achieve 7th-tier battle prowess. Look where he ended up. He was still killed by Ling Han. Feng Wuding was someone with 7th-tier battle prowess, the strongest known existence in the world. Would Ling Han thus not be considered the number one bringer of calamity in the world? And now, his own son had ended up provoking Ling Han. This could end up causing the destruction of the entire Yan clan. Father? Yan Wui felt that something was off with his father. His expression made it seem like he had swallowed 10,000 flies. Pa! Yan Shu quickly reacted, turning around and slapping his own son in the face, causing Yan Wui to spin where he stood dozens of times and his teeth falling off one after the other. Yan Shu felt bad seeing his son beaten into a bloody pulp, but when he thought about how terrifying Ling Han was, he immediately resolved himself to do the hard thing. The Yan clan could not afford to be destroyed at the hands of this idiot son. Pa! Yan Shu slapped his own son's face like he was spanking his bottom. All in all, he gave Yan Wui 18 slaps in total. Everyone was dazedly looking on in confusion. 1 second ago, Yan Shu was boldly declaring how he was going to take revenge for his son. But now, he was beating that same son up. Was he possessed? Could heavenly venerates even be possessed? All this was too peculiar. The ninth heaven servant girl beside them was completely pale from fear, and didn't dare to move a single inch. "You absolute imbecile. Do you know who this lord is?" Yan Shu shouted angrily. "What? Lord?" Everyone was shocked. What kind of person was Yan Shu? If even he, a second-tier heavenly venerate, had to address Ling Han as a lord, then what sort of existence was the latter? Chapter 3038, 3038 You can't stop me from killing whom I want to kill. 3038 You can't stop me from killing whom I want to kill. Yan Wuye was dumbstruck as he stared blankly at his father. Who was this person that frightened his father to the point of hitting him? Everyone else perked their ears up. They were just as curious about Ling Han's identity. He's Lord Ling, Ling Han. Yan Shu said. He then slapped his son on the back of the head, and said, hurry up and greet Lord Ling. Before Yan Wuye could react, Yan Shu was already bowing his head and cupping his fists. Yan Shu humbly greets Lord Ling. Even though heavenly venerates were highly respected, Ling Han's strength was so great that there was no alternative for Yan Shu, other than to be humble before him. I humbly greet Lord Ling. Yan Wuye also cupped his fists and called out in greeting. Insolent brat. Hurry up and kneel. Yan Shu's face was completely ashen with fear. Who do you think you are? Yan Wuye was unwilling to do so. Ling Han had humiliated him, and his father not only didn't help to get justice for him, he even wanted him to greet Ling Han on his knees. He was just a heavenly venerate. The Yan clan had 3 of those. Yan Shu turned to his son, and saw that he was being stubborn like a bull. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. You are courting death, and even possibly taking the entire Yan clan with you. Unfilial son. I told you to kneel. Did you not hear me? He kicked Yan Wuye on the back of his knees, causing the latter's kneecaps to instantly shatter from the tremendous impact. His body then gave way and he knelt on the ground. Lord Ling, please forgive me. Yan Shu said in a trembling voice. Ling Han smiled coldly. Your son wants to kill me. Yan Shu nearly couldn't catch his breath, and he said, he is a foolish child. On account of him being young and ignorant, please show him mercy this one time. I will apologize on his behalf. His knees buckled as he was about to kneel. Ling Han raised his hand, stopping Yan Shu before he could kneel. Yan Shu was a little glad. Could this mean Ling Han was willing to show them mercy? You didn't offend me. There's no need for you to kneel. Ling Han said. He looked at Yan Shu, and added, why are you not at the realm battlefield? Fuck, aren't you not there as well? Yan Shu kept these words to himself, of course. He frowned as he awkwardly tried to piece together a reason. Why was he not there at the realm battlefield? It was simply because many of the other heavenly venerates had lost their will to fight upon learning that Chong Yan and the other ultimate elites had left, and had quietly escaped. After all, as long as the main battlefield wasn't destroyed, the profound negative realm would not truly crumble, and would be able to sustain itself for a very long time. After some thought, he answered, my strength is limited. Even if I stayed at the realm battlefield, would not be of much assistance. Is that so? Ling Han chuckled, and didn't question Yan Shu's reasoning. After all, he himself was not at the realm battlefield, so he was in no position to judge others. Moreover, given that Chong Yan and the other ultimate elites had left, how would it be possible to restrain others from doing so? Ling Han then shifted his gaze back to Yan Wuye. Let's make things clear. You didn't offend me, so you don't need to kneel. However, your son wants to kill me. That's a different story. My lord. Yan Shu's expression quickly changed. Yan Wuye was the most promising youth of their clan. In the future, he could become a 3rd tier or even a 4th tier heavenly venerate. As such, he carried the hopes of the entire Yan clan. Else, they would not have sent him to cultivate here at Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. The only reason they had done so had been to allow him to break through to even greater heights. Yan Wuye quickly got to his feet as well. As he could prop himself up with source power, it didn't matter much even if his bones were broken. You're too arrogant. My Yan clan has 3 heavenly venerates. He pointed at Ling Han and continued, also, this is Lord Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. How dare you act so brazen before Lord Chong Yan? Yan Shu fell silent. It was clear that Ling Han had already made up his mind to kill. How could he possibly convince him otherwise? Furthermore, his son was right. This was Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. Would he stand by and watch as Ling Han committed murder on his territory? Ling Han completely ignored Yan Wui's threats. He said, "You intended to kill me, and even took action. Against people like you, I've only ever had one method of dealing with them." A loud boom resounded as Ling Han raised his hand, and an endless amount of power condensed to form a massive hand, which came pressing down halfway from the mountainside, towards Yan Wui. "Ling Han, how dare you try to murder someone in front of me?" Chong Yan's voice echoed from the top of the mountain. However, before his voice had even reached Ling Han, his giant hand arrived just in time to stop Ling Han's own giant hand from pressing downwards. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as the space crumbled like broken glass. Even the void was easily ripped open, causing a storm of turbulent energy to whip forth. In a battle between seventh tiers, even a casual exchange of blows was incomparably terrifying. Yan Wui was overjoyed. Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan really came to save him. However, Yan Shu was more terrified than before as he saw that Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan was only able to dispel Ling Han's attack, and could not kill the latter. What would happen if Ling Han was to bear a grudge against them? How would their family be able to withstand the wrath of someone with 7th tier battle prowess? Could they get Chong Yan to protect their clan forever? That would be nothing more than wishful thinking. Ling Han gave a light chuckle. He didn't care that his attack was dispelled, and simply said, "If I want to kill someone, not even you can save them." Insolent boy. Chong Yan rushed over from afar, his body surrounded by a domineering aura. With a high-pitched whistle, Ling Han charged forward and met Chong Yan head-on. Boom! He channeled all 6th grade seals and boosted his strength by 3,000 times before delivering a punch towards Chong Yan. "It's useless." Chong Yan scoffed. No amount of strength, no matter how great, was able to wound him. Wang! Under the massive impact of the punch, he was sent flying. However, because a 7th tier Heavenly Venerate was immortal and his body indestructible, such a blow wasn't able to inflict harm upon him at all. That being said, he was soon caught by surprise as he noticed that his surroundings had suddenly become pitch black. He was being sent into the void. Fuck! He only managed to exclaim inwardly as he realized that Ling Han had been planning to knock him into the void all along to trap him there temporarily. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Han had opened a rift in the void and sent him inside. Standing before the crevice to the void, Ling Han waved at Chong Yan. "Have fun in there, you old fool." He then sealed the rift. This wouldn't hold Chong Yan for long, but how much time would Ling Han actually need? Ling Han turned back to look at Yan Wui. Yan Wui was trembling in fear. He had never imagined things would turn out this way. Not even an ultimate elite of 7th tier was able to suppress Ling Han. It was over. Everything was all over. The other celestial kings were also in shock. They never expected that not only was Yan Shu unable to suppress Ling Han, even Chong Yan couldn't do it. Was he also an ultimate elite of the 7th tier? Please spare me, my lord." Yan Wui finally knelt down of his own accord. He didn't think that he had actually offended an ultimate elite of the 7th tier. Previously, when Ling Han had simply blasted him down the mountain instead of turning him into a bloody pulp, he had already been merciful. Would his mistake be forgiven since he didn't know any better? What a joke. If the emperors of the mortal realm were to go on a casual walk outside and get ridiculed by others, would they laugh it off? And if even mortal men were like so, then what more ultimate elites of the 7th tier? They were the true kings of the universe, an apex existence. Ling Han just glanced at him coldly, and swiped his hand. Pa! Yan Wui instantly turned into a bloody mist. If not for his overwhelming strength, should he have been kicked off the mountain by Yan Wuya and killed by Yan Shu? Chapter 3039, 3039 Taking down the signboards. 3039 Taking down the signboards. Everyone was stunned. A 7th-tier ultimate elite had already made his move, but he was still unable to stop Ling Han. Hiss, how strong was this guy? Those who had mocked Ling Han earlier wished even more so that they could dig a hole and bury themselves. They hoped that Ling Han would never see them again. Otherwise, he would only need to casually wave his hand to blast them into smithereens. Ling Han, on the other hand, had no intention of starting a massacre. His tolerance was not that low. Chong Yan should be out soon. Pung. As expected, the void split open, and a figure rushed out, emitting boundless fury. It was Chong Yan. His gaze swept over, and he had already discovered that Yan Wuya had been killed by Ling Han. He could not help but become even more infuriated, and flames burst forth from his eyes, as if he wanted to incinerate this world. It's so hot. I'm burning. In the surroundings, all the celestial kings were terrified. A 7th tier was too powerful, and a single thought could cause the highest level of regulations to boil. This was equivalent to the bombardment of countless 9th heaven celestial kings, so which celestial king could withstand it? Immediately, a few low-level celestial kings were burned to ashes, and even more celestial kings were doing their best to resist. However, how long could they resist? Ling Han let out a long howl, and charged towards Chong Yan. Peng, a punch once again blasted Chong Yan into the void. As soon as Chong Yan disappeared from this dimension, the scorching flames instantly disappeared. This also allowed the remaining celestial kings to heave a long sigh of relief, and they felt a sense of relief as if they had just survived a calamity. They all thought of how Chong Yan had completely disregarded their lives and brazenly declared war on them. On the other hand, although Ling Han was the provoker, he had saved them at the most critical moment and sent Chong Yan into the void, sparing them the misfortune of being turned into ashes by the flames of regulations. Should they be grateful to Ling Han? This made them feel very conflicted. For a moment, they didn't know what to think. In the air, Ling Han and Chong Yan had already begun an intense battle. Pung! 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 Ling Han did not unleash his full strength. After a few exchanges, he broke free from the void, and arrived above Chong Yan's place of enlightenment with a big stride. He reached out and grabbed, and the signboard of Chong Yan's place of enlightenment landed in his hand. At this moment, Chong Yan had already chased after him. He slashed out with his hand, intending to cleave Ling Han down. Ling Han laughed and said, "Old thief, I'll keep this lousy signboard for you. If you want it, come and chase me." Impudent. Chong Yan flew into a rage. Naturally, he didn't hesitate, and chased after Ling Han. Although a signboard was not valuable at all, it represented the dignity of heavenly venerate Chong Yan. If Ling Han were to take it, such as hanging it at the entrance of a specific latrine, wouldn't he, Chong Yan, be infamous for 10,000 years? Chong Yan was fearless, and his physique as a 7th-tier ultimate elite was invincible. He did not have to worry about Ling Han digging some kind of trap for him at all. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces," he roared. His body moved like lightning. Pa, 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 pa. Space shattered wherever he passed. Fortunately, Ling Han was flying very high, and it was unlikely that they would be able to injure anyone if space was shattered. Moreover, the dimension itself had a powerful healing ability, so it would soon be peaceful again. Ling Han flew all the way, not exchanging blows with heavenly venerate Chong Yan at all. One of them was in front, and the other was behind. After flying for more than 10 days, Chong Yan instantly realized that something was wrong. Because this was where heavenly venerate Big Dipper was. Why did this little thief come here? Heavenly venerate Chong Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this brat wanted to provoke Big Dipper as well? He wanted to warn Big Dipper to immediately come out so they could pincer Ling Han, but they were already at the 7th tier, and were currently rushing with all their might. What could be faster than them? Even if Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan let out a long howl right now, his voice could not possibly catch up to Ling Han's, and neither could his divine sense. Xiao, the two of them sped off. Big Dipper place of enlightenment. At least a few hundred celestial kings were sitting cross-legged in the place of enlightenment. There was a ball of light moving in the sky, and it would surge from time to time, emitting a mysterious aura. These celestial kings were all in the process of comprehension because this was a technique set up by Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper. As long as they comprehended even the slightest bit of it, they would be able to benefit endlessly. I've broken through. Someone laughed loudly. Hong, thunderclouds surged, and heavenly tribulation suddenly struck. None of the celestial kings dared to be careless. Even though the heavenly tribulation wouldn't harm any innocents as long as they didn't take the initiative to attack, none of them dared to let their guard down as they were standing at the center of this storm. Everyone felt an incomparably powerful, suffocating sensation assaulting them, making them all want to lie on the ground. Hey, when did the heavenly tribulation become so powerful? The celestial king who was enduring the tribulation was dumbfounded. He actually had to endure such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He couldn't even stand steadily, so how could he endure the tribulation? Right at this moment, a figure landed. He was dressed in a green robe, and looked elegant and unrestrained. Ling Han made his move, and with a single move, the signboard of the Big Dipper place of enlightenment fell into his hands. Old thief Big Dipper, your signboard has been torn down by me. If you want to take it back, come and chase me. He laughed loudly, and just at this moment, the first bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation descended. Scram! Ling Han threw a punch. Pang! This bolt of lightning was immediately shattered, and the boundless power of his fist shot up heaven-defyingly, shattering even the thunderclouds. The heavenly tribulation instantly dissipated. Everyone else. Wang, another terrifying aura pressed down. Chong Yan had caught up. Come quickly, come quickly. Ling Han let out a long cry, and his figure turned. With a single step, he instantly disappeared into the distance. Xiao, a figure streaked past, and also flew into the sky without even a pause. In just an instant, the mountain exploded, and a figure rushed out, emitting raging flames that seemed to want to burn the sky and boil the ground. Ling Han, you bastard! Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper roared furiously. He immediately leaped up and chased after Ling Han. Chong Yan slowed down slightly and waited for Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper to catch up. Chong Yan, why are you also chasing this little thief? Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper asked. Chong Yan's face was slightly red. Could he say that he had chased after Ling Han for more than 10 days? And not only had the signboard of his place of enlightenment been torn down by Ling Han, but he had also not stopped Ling Han from continuing to tear down the signboard Big Dipper. He changed the topic and said, I reckon that this little thief is going to Half Moon or Mysterious Feather. Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper frowned. This brat was really audacious. They hadn't even run to settle scores with him, and he already ran over to draw new hatred? Humph, nothing but a mere 5th tier, he said coldly. Hong, the two ultimate elites unleashed their full strength, wanting to catch up to Ling Han. Even if they couldn't kill this brat, they would still use him as a punching bag. It was not impossible for two ultimate elites to join forces. They gritted their teeth and gave chase. There was no way they would give up this time. If even their place of enlightenment fell into the hands of others, how could they survive? Xiao. The three great elites shuttled through the sky, causing the sky to change. Mortals only had to raise their heads to see a tear in the sky, revealing a pitch-black space. Another 10 days or so later, Ling Han appeared in a land of frost. This was the place of enlightenment of Heavenly Venerate Half Moon. Chapter 30-40, 30-40 everyone is here, let's fight. 30-40 everyone is here, let's fight. As expected, the two ultimate elites, Chong Yan and Big Dipper, thought to themselves. Ling Han had actually come here as well. This brat was truly audacious. Was he trying to provoke 5 ultimate elites in one go? You two old thieves, go to the side and cool off first. Ling Han suddenly turned his head and threw a punch. Hong, the void was smashed open by him, and Chong Yan and Big Dipper coincidentally rushed over as Ling Han took advantage of the situation to send them into the void. Without waiting for the two ultimate elites to rush out, Ling Han unleashed a full-power attack, forcing the two of them backwards. He casually sealed the spatial rift. This should be enough to trap the two ultimate elites for more than 10 breaths of time. Xiao! Ling Han's figure leaped again. After a few steps, he stepped downwards. Half Moon's place of enlightenment. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon was not standing guard over the place of enlightenment. With his status, it was already a great kindness for him to occasionally reveal himself and guide the celestial kings in their cultivation. Ling Han was filled with destructive power. When his figure descended, it carried with it an incomparably powerful impact. When he landed on the place of enlightenment, a bang instantly reverberated in all directions with him as the focus. Pang, pang, pang. The entire place of enlightenment was instantly reduced to ruins. The celestial kings inside were all sent flying like scarecrows. Not only were they completely defenseless, but their faces were also filled with confusion. What happened? Ling Han laughed loudly, and stretched out his right hand. When he retracted it, a door plaque immediately appeared in his hand. Yes, he also obtained the signboard of Half Moon's place of enlightenment. Old thief Half Moon, hurry up and come out to pay your respects to your grandfather. Ling Han laughed loudly. Hong! A terrifying aura rushed out, and Heavenly Venerate Half Moon appeared. He walked over from afar, and he stepped into the sky and suppressed the earth with a single step, dominating the world. Brat, you actually dare to offend me? Are you tired of living? Heavenly Venerate Half Moon said coldly. Ling Han waved the signboard in his hand, and said, your dignity has fallen into my hands. If you want it back, come and chase me. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon was just about to speak when he faltered. He sensed 2 extremely powerful auras approaching. These auras were no weaker than him. 7th tier. He looked over and saw that Chong Yan and Big Dipper, the 2 ultimate elites, had already rushed over from afar. You guys, he muttered. Suppress this brat first. Chong Yan said in a deep voice. All right. The 3 ultimate elites charged at Ling Han at the same time, each of them filled with rage. Ling Han laughed and said, come and chase me. If you do, I'll acknowledge you as my godsons. He turned around and ran at an astonishing speed. This infuriated the 3 ultimate elites. Which one of their rivals wasn't the most powerful person in the world? They all prided themselves on their status. They had truly never encountered someone like Ling Han who still spouted insults and slurs. However, they just couldn't catch up to Ling Han and take down this brat, blasting him into pieces. Nevertheless, he had already taken down their signboards. How could they tolerate it? Chase. They were chasing after Ling Han. This brat was probably going to where Mysterious Feather or Shatter Mountains was. After chasing for a while, they were certain that his target was Mysterious Feather. More than a dozen days passed again, and Ling Han was already close to the place of enlightenment of Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather. As for the 3 ultimate elites, Ling Han shook his head. He couldn't possibly banish Chong Yan and the others into the void at the same time. Forget it, I'll end this quickly. Xiao. Ling Han landed with a single step, like a meteor falling to the ground. He crashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently and ripple like a carpet. The area of the place of enlightenment in front of him instantly collapsed, and celestial kings flew out shakily. Coincidentally, Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather was actually in the place of enlightenment. With a cold humph, a large hand instantly slapped out at Ling Han. Ling Han sighed, and clashed head-on with the other party. Boom! Terrifying power surged, and the building fragments flying in the sky instantly exploded into dust. Sigh, the signboard was also destroyed. Ling Han shook his head. It was a bit of a pity. He had originally wanted to gather the signboards of the 5 ultimate elites' place of enlightenment, and hang them outside a latrine in the future. Thinking about it, that would be quite eye-catching. Perhaps even celestial kings would specially come over to pay their respects. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Chong Yan, Big Dipper, and Half Moon, the 3 ultimate elites, had already caught up. Now, there were 4 7th tiers here. This lineup was shockingly terrifying. Come, come, come. All of you come and chase after me, grandsons. Ling Han laughed loudly, and turned to run. Don't even think about leaving. Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather attacked, wanting to detain Ling Han. Unfortunately, this could only be a beautiful fantasy. Ling Han moved swiftly, while the 4 ultimate elites chased after him relentlessly. This kid must be going to where Shatter Mountains is. He really ate the guts of a Heavenly Venerate, actually wanting to provoke the 5 of us in one go. This time, even if he has 7th tier defense, we will still exhaust his strength bit by bit and suppress him till his death. The 4 ultimate elites all became ruthless. No one had ever dared to humiliate them like this before. If they could not rip Ling Han's corpse into 10,000 pieces, they would not be able to live in the future. The 5 people with the strongest battle prowess in the world were shuttling back and forth. Ling Han passed through Chong Yan's, Big Dipper's, Half Moon's, and Mysterious Feather's 4 places of enlightenment before returning to Shatter Mountains. However, the 5 ultimate elites' places of enlightenment were not located in a straight line. Thus, Ling Han didn't need the total amount of time he had taken on his previous journeys to charge his way back to Shatter Mountains. In just 20 days, he had already neared where Shatter Mountains was. Old bastard, I'm back again. Hurry up and come out to receive me. Ling Han laughed loudly, and punched out, smashing into the ground. Instantly, heaven and earth collapsed. Brat! Shatter Mountains flew out and stood in the sky. You actually dare to come back? I thought you said you were leaving. Why are you back? Ling Han chuckled and said, after thinking about it, bullying you is still the most interesting, so I quickly came back to see you. Damn it. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared furiously. Just as he was about to attack, he saw 4 figures flying over. Because their speed was too fast, under the intense friction, their bodies were all burning with flames. Chong Yan, Big Dipper, Half Moon, and Mysterious Feather. Gasp. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains immediately came to a realization. Ling Han had probably gone to visit all 4 of his old friends these past few days, infuriating them all. The 5 ultimate elites stood still and spread out, surrounding Ling Han. Brat, I will definitely suppress you today. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon said coldly. If the 5 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to suppress any single 7th tier. I don't want to fool around with people who only know how to brag. Ling Han tore open the void, and stepped into it. After chasing Ling Han for so many days, how could Chong Yan and the others allow him to escape just like that? They all chased into the void, wanting to follow Ling Han closely. No matter where Ling Han went, they would follow him, determined to crush Ling Han. However, to their surprise, Ling Han actually didn't leave after entering the void. Instead, he stood there proudly. 5 old bastards, let's settle this properly. Ling Han cracked his knuckles, killing intent surging. Now that the 5 old thieves had finally gathered together, they could have some fun. Chapter 3041, 3041 Torture them one by one. 3041 Torture them one by one. Ling Han made his move. His figure transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Chong Yan. Just as the large black dog and the others had said, he couldn't keep targeting Shatter Mountains. He had to be fair and share his favor equally among them. Ling Han charged over, and Chong Yan sneered. He also met Ling Han's attack with a palm strike. He naturally had nothing to fear. Old thief, prepare to be shocked. Ling Han abruptly channeled all the 6th grade seals. Hong, his power suddenly increased by 3,000 times, and the powers of dimension surged, causing his power to instantly reach a level that could crush the peak stage of the 7th tier. Pung! Ling Han threw a punch, and Chong Yan's palm strike was instantly tilted. It couldn't withstand his punch at all, and this punch struck his face with unstoppable force. Chong Yan immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string. What? The 3 ultimate elites Big Dipper, Half Moon, and Mysterious Feather were all shocked. They had not expected Ling Han's battle prowess to actually reach such heights. This was too terrifying. Chong Yan was actually at a disadvantage in terms of power, and it wasn't just by a little bit. Only Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had long expected this, and a sense of satisfaction at Chong Yan's misfortune actually arose in his heart. He was finally not the only one who was unlucky. However, after only being stunned for a moment, Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper and the others hurriedly swarmed forward. They couldn't just watch Ling Han torture Chong Yan, right? But so what if the 4 of them attacked together? Ling Han's current strength was completely overwhelming, and even if the 5 ultimate elites joined forces, they would still be no match for him. Pang, pang, pang. Chong Yan instantly became a punching bag. Ling Han sent Chong Yan flying with an uppercut. Then, he kicked down again, causing Chong Yan to shoot down rapidly. Chong Yan roared. He was an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, and now he was being beaten up in front of others. How could he endure this? There's no need to feel bad. You're not the first, Ling Han said with a smile. Bang! He kicked Chong Yan again, his blow landing between his legs. This kick was so powerful that Chong Yan instantly disappeared. Fortunately, his 7th tier physique was indestructible, or else his balls would definitely be shattered beyond repair by now. Even so, Big Dipper and the other Heavenly Venerates couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and a sense of pain arose in their balls. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains could empathize. Even Murray had been kicked in the balls more than once. Next, Ling Han's gaze swept across the faces of the Heavenly Venerates Big Dipper, Mysterious Feather, and Half Moon. Why wasn't he looking at Shatter Mountains? Big Dipper and the other 2 immediately thought of what Ling Han had said before, and couldn't help but come to a realization. Could it be that Shatter Mountains was the first victim? They couldn't help but look at Shatter Mountains with sympathy. Previously, they had seen Chong Yan being trampled on with their own eyes. His appearance was truly tragic. Shatter Mountains couldn't help but blush. Why are you looking at me? Ling Han laughed loudly, and charged towards Big Dipper. I'll choose you. The current Ling Han was too powerful, and even a peak stage 7th tier would not be able to stop him. Big Dipper was naturally unwilling to be humiliated. He channeled all his 1st grade seals, and there were also 8 dimensions. As expected, Big Dipper had also mastered more dimensions. Ling Han was certain that they had definitely used some sort of method to divide up the dimensions in Feng Wuding's body among themselves. But so what? Pung! It was only a single strike, but Big Dipper was sent flying. Even if Mysterious Feather and the other ultimate elites went all out to help him, it was useless. At this moment, Chong Yan had already charged back. Junior, that deserves death. His hair flew into the sky, and he was furious to the extreme. Ling Han sneered, and said, "You're quite old, and indeed deserve to die. As for me, you don't have to think about me. You won't be able to see the day that I die." Pang, pang, pang. Even if he was besieged by the 5 ultimate elites, he still pressed forward fiercely and focused his pummeling on Big Dipper. After Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper was Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather, followed by Heavenly Venerate Half Moon. Ling Han was very fair, and every heavenly venerate had been beaten up once. It was really a fair practice, not favoring one over the others. Ling Han only had an explosive period of 2 hours. Otherwise, every heavenly venerate would be beaten up for 3 days and 3 nights, and that still wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. Of course, he didn't beat Shatter Mountains up again. He had already beaten him up 8 times in a row. Old thieves, next time, it won't be so simple. Ling Han was satisfied. After venting his anger, it was as if he had obtained some kind of release, and his spirit had risen to a different level. He believed that after this seclusion, he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th tier. Without any hesitation, he tore a rip into the void and left. Little thief, don't even think about leaving. The 5 ultimate elites hurriedly chased after him, but Ling Han still had a trace of residual power. With a single punch, he easily forced them back, and left calmly. The 5 ultimate elites could only watch helplessly as Ling Han tore a rip into the void and left. Without dimensional coordinates, it was impossible for them to leave the void. They could only return the way they came. The 5 ultimate elites all stood still, and they looked at each other in silence. After a very long time, Heavenly Venerate Half Moon finally said, "This child is a great calamity." Strange, according to the information we received, Feng Wuding was the son of destiny. Only he could kill Hysteria. But looking at this kid's freakishness, he seems to be more likely to kill Hysteria than Feng Wuding. I thought that after Feng Wuding's death, our plan would be impossible to achieve. However, I accidentally obtained some secrets from Feng Wuding, and obtained more powers of dimension. This concerns whether we can obtain the world's core when the Genesis world is destroyed. But this kid is constantly growing. It's very likely that we'll really be suppressed by that brat. The 5 ultimate elites all fell silent. So what now? What countermeasures could they come up with? We can only strengthen the dimensions we obtained as soon as possible. When the time comes, we can immediately facilitate the destruction of the Genesis world, plunder the world's core, and create our new legend. The 5 of them all nodded, but after a while, Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather opened his mouth, and said, "However, is the information we obtained regarding the world's core really correct? With the birth of extermination, I keep feeling that I've fallen into some kind of scheme. Humph, we are immortal and indestructible. Who can scheme against us?" Chong Yan said proudly. The other 4 also slowly shook their heads. For someone as strong as them, how could anyone scheme against them? Ling Han tore open the void, but did not reappear in the profound negative realm. Thus, he could only travel through the void a few more times, and spend over a month before finally meeting up with the Empress and the others. "I'm going into seclusion for a very long time," Ling Han said. "Okay." The Empress and the others all nodded, and only Hu Niu hugged him coquettishly. "Ling Han, Niu wants to play with you," she said coquettishly. Ling Han patted her shoulder and said, "I'll owe you this once. When I come out of seclusion, I'll definitely accompany you, alright?" "Humph, Ling Han, you're very bad." She became angry, and pouted. Ling Han consoled this young wife of his, and then began his seclusion. Just as he had said before, he had to advance to the 6th tier this time. He sat cross-legged and began a long period of seclusion. His mind was clear, as if it could connect to the heaven and earth. The myriad of dimensions in his body boiled at the same time. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.